what's up, fam? Literally a shit show here today. Got storms going on, dog shit the bedroom, the office, I should say. I got literally shit in here. I've got just halfway cleaned up. Beautiful old resistance, new support. It kind of came down off this 970 area, right? 980 area, and beautiful bounce right there actually for NXTS. Now a $2+ bounce play from 930 all the way up to 1170, just like that. Really, our only decent mover so far that I'm noticing for the day, at least this morning, is NXTS. All right, so let's get to some small cap plays here. GETY, Getty, CRMT, DFTX, NXTS, SAGT. Got some new runners today, but again, just like we saw all of last week for the most part, except for NXTS. Everything has popped up and dropped back on down. DFTX is another one here, real slow volume or low volume today. Does have phase 3 news. It's pretty good as well. So you got some news there. NXTS has some news. So at least the plays that are up and above the VWAP do have news today. And overall, the float on NXTS is by far the lowest at right around 860K. All right, let's go to your number one top gainer so far this morning, which would be, quickly as this cycles through,
NXTS.
Between NXTS and Getty. So I'll go to NXTS first. Old resistance, new support area. See, it's trying to come into play right now, right around this $10.90, $11 mark. Old support will come into play at $9.75, and that actually just cracked, and we almost hit the previous high of day resistance. We pretty much will call it right around $9.20, $9.25. We kept failing at that all in the last hour, right? And then finally broke above that right around the 45 after mark. So that 9.20, 9.30 area is the best. Below that, watch for a crack through the VWAP and dump on down. Then the best support below that is right around 740. Now over 1175, NXTS has 12. We just saw this one pop in pre-market last Tuesday up to $12. Now over $12 for NXTS. Well, we got some room to run here. There's really no charting to really hold this play down here. I think, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, at least as far as I'm seeing, 830 would be as far back as it goes. So over 1175, watch for move to 1250, 1350, then 15 over that 1750, 1875, and 20 resistance areas. And don't forget, the last couple of Mondays we've had good runners. INHD Monday before last and RGNT last Monday. INHD went from 1 to 70 almost, and RGNT went from 1 to about 17, 20-ish area. So if we have a runner today, it's not going to go even as much as those two. And the fact that NXTS has run as much as it has, it may not go any more or much more in market. So let's just reflect the rest of these now. All right, through the rest of these plays we go. NXTS is your number one mover for now. We have Getty Images. That's right. You may see them throughout the years. Your favorite sports athletes and more. That's Getty for you. 242 resistance. Above that at 155. So 143, 145 resistance, then 155. Then again, strong at 180 to 185. Over that, watch for pop to around 220 to 235. And over that, we have 260 to 265 pre-market resistance. Down below in the main support we have is 130. Under that, it cracks down to 110, possibly to 1. Continuing through here, we have TNON. Now, again, I know these are the sub $1 plays that I'm really not the biggest fan of. But TNON, nice good move here in pre-market. I think this one ran, on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. So over pre-market high in 80 cents. Watch for a pop-up to right around the 85 to 90 cent mark, and then 97 cents pre-market high on Friday would be a great double top resistance fell, and then support strong down below right around 50 cents or so. Continuing through these plays, SGAT, SAGT, support down below, right around the 150 mark. Below that, down at 140. Under 140, we go to 125. On the way up, resistance at 165, 190, into 2. Then again, really strong at 225. Over 225, then we have pre-market high, which have a forever line in around 240 to 245. I doubt she sees higher than that. A lot of these plays in the bottom right-hand corner have not been popping back up that much here recently because we've had too many of them. Now we have just the one that did it for the morning, and I'll go over this in just a bit again. Then we can have it pop back up. But when we have all of them do it, you rarely have them do it. DFTX, this is again phase 3 news, very low volume this morning. Nice, good move up though overall. Lower volume. Really, the old resistance, new support at 35, 34.50 would be best. And then again, down below, right around 32.70. Below that, support at 31-ish area. Resistance up top coming in at 40. The 40.50 area. And then over that at 42, over 42 in pre-market high. This is at 52-week high, and looks like a play that is at all-time high. So we know how these run. Over that to 40, over 42 to 43.50, then 45, over 45 to 48.75, then to 50. This could run in $5 increments, honestly, as this continues to roll. The only thing about DFTX is a bigger float right around 100 million. Boy, it is windy out there. SkyQ up this morning as well as APGE. So we have some former runners. EHGO's another one to keep your eye on. CRMT's another one to keep your eye on. So I'll go through some quick levels here. SkyQ on the way down, 160 support, 145, and then down below at 125. Resistance at 170, 190, over 190 in pre-market high. For SkyQ, watch for a pop up to around 215, actually around 205 to 215. Over that, then watch for a move. Really strong resistance at 250. What I should say, I did SAG EHGO resistance at 225, or I should say 325 strong, 360 pretty strong, stronger at 4, really strong at 450, then really strong at 520 into 540. Support down below, main support right off that 265 area. If we crack that, we're watching for a move down to around 225. Really, the best support comes in around 230 to around 215. Then over to CRMT. Up on a trend line this morning, 350 main support. Below that, support comes in around 325 into around the 315 handle. Resistance on the way up top, right around the 485 mark into 4. Over that, the strong resistance, crazy resistance, where we fell for about 15-20 minutes this morning around the 465 to 485 mark. Now, this maybe has a chance to get over that 485 handle. And if we do, this is a play that has a lot of chart to run because there's been nothing to hold this play down as we're in the very bottom right-hand corner. So over 485, watch for a pop to 520. Over that to 575 area, and then over that to around 650. Couple of others out there to keep your eyes on. ICCM and CDT. They have very low floats this morning. So over to CDT here real quickly. We have support down below right around the 125, 130 area. And then resistance up top coming in really a little all over the place. I would say your main area, well, 150. And we have a little bit around the 160 mark. The main thing would be watching for a double top on this. 2 to 225. Crazy resistance up top there for CDT. ICCM, support down below at around 645. Resistance coming in heavy at 705. And then really, again, crazy at 815 into that 835 pre-market high. Jeez, it is windy as hell out there. And last but not least, just former runners from last week. ATPC is another one, right? Whatever we saw run on Friday. CRVO is another one, possibly too, as well, to keep your eyes on as we move into the opening bell. So those would be some other ones to keep your eyes on. Last week's runners. Main level for ATPC to get back over is going to be right around the, let's go, 430 area. And then again, really at 460 and around the 475 mark. So keep your eye on that for ATPC. For CRVO, this one is pretty flat this morning, a little bit more flat than ATPC, but still could watch this. The main level is going to be back over around the 425, 435 mark. And again, with small caps, don't forget, last couple of Mondays, we've had this runner, all-day runner with INHD, and then at RGNT last Monday. But do we get another one today? If we do, I don't think it's going to run as much as, of course, like I said, INHD ran the most. RGNT ran less than that. If we have one today, it'll run less than RGNT. Also, do not forget all these plays that, again, pop up. When we have a few plays in the morning in that one play that pops up and really hard, say from like 1 to 6, and then it's all the way back down at 2. It's got a chance to go back up to 6 and maybe break through 6. But when you have all the plays that we have this morning and all the plays do that, then very rarely do you have them all come back up, if any of them at all. No going on. I guess it's this one for some reason. No idea what's going on with this TOS. Something's going on my right TOS. Daza, yeah, Daza. I'd say your main one right now looking pretty good here. Maybe DFTX could be a possible runner for us, here in market. So we'll keep DFTX on watch here in the opening bell, of course. NXTS has the lowest float on the day, but those two would be your funnest ones, I would say, at least into the bell. And then just your fun ones at or into the bell. I would go with DFTX or NXTS. I know DFTX has the really big float, but it definitely looks like it could do some good movement today. And then, of course, NXTS is going to be your main one for at least at the bell. Now, after the bell, watch for former runners and something new. That's what we've had over the last few weeks. INHD was after the bell a couple of Mondays ago. RGNT was after the bell last Monday. Let's see if this will... Going to be sketchy or good? Okay, good. All right, we're good so far. Good so far out of the gate. All right. Well, what? Sometimes every once in a while, like it doesn't want to work. I have no idea why. Or it makes my computer lag. And this isn't working today. Damn it. All right, guys. SPY really tight this morning and choppy from Friday. Really ugly choppy session on Friday. Over 748. Watch for a pop-up that is 750. I'm going to go normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day. Watch for move to 750.85. Over that to 752. Over 752. Watch for a good surge. It looks like it wants to squeeze the day to 7. We'll go 752. Normal high of day. That's the high from Thursday or Wednesday. Ultimate high of day would go back to the pre-market high on Wednesday, which is 753. It may even want to go back up to 760s here over time and go to all-time high, honestly. 744, support down below. That is crazy, beautiful support. It's your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to 742.85. There's really nothing great as support in between. As you can see, there's a lot of choppy levels from Friday and through pre-market, but 44 is nice. Whoopsies, messing up there on the voice messages there. I did not realize that I only sent that once. So my bad. I was like, what did I do there? I just realized it. Apple, absolutely ugly trash. Ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. AMD, honestly, has been crazy ugly recently. I would say if you're looking to trade AMD, look for this to surge back into all-time high. You're going to have a couple of levels to work with today. On the way up today, you're going to have the high from last Tuesday, which is right around 549. Then you're going to have resistance coming in strong at 553 area, again at 555, and then again at 558.35, which is all of last Monday's highs is what moved into all-time high area. It is on this uptrend channel overall, higher low pattern, as we've continued this over the last few days on AMD. I would even say it's going to have some trouble at 746.70, which it kind of ran into this morning. That's the original all-time high that it made not too long ago. Support down below, I'm just trying to say, hey, where is it at? That's what I'm trying to find for you guys. It's just all over the place in these big major reversals. I would say your best support on AMD is at 536 as of right now. 536 is the best in 530. Looking like I get to clean some shit after the opening bell. Over to ARM, again, kind of the same as AMD. Not as pretty. This is a little more of consolidation stuck. Has resistance at 443.85 to 444. That's the high from Wednesday. Then over that, we run into Friday's high of 5, or Thursday's high of 452. 452, 453 area. Main support down below comes in at 428, and then again at 424.50. Wow, that is absolutely horrendous. So is Dale. It's like as soon as I started alerting these plays, what is happening? Oof. Oof. A lot of plays. The CrowdStrike, Dale looking ugly. Google's ugly. Main support for Google comes into play right around 555, and then again at around 553.50 for bounce plays today. And then you can see this play just looking at the daily. Oh my gosh, it makes me rub my eyes on my face. Going, we're all over the place. We're up, we're back down, we're up, we're back down, we're back down, we're back up, we're back down, we're back up. It just can't ever figure out which way it wants to go. Not a good look overall trying to day trade these large caps here recently. Yowza. Ugly sauce is ugly can get out there. Wow. I mean, these large caps are ugly. Absolutely atrocious right now. Yickety yakety, don't talk backety. Over 580 would be your main move on Meta today. Watch this over 580. 580. Main support down below. Last Friday, or Friday before last, I should say, low of day. Thursday's low of day of last week, 563.25 is the bounce play area. So there's your two long ops. Your short op would be back under 568.75 area. Just ugly. Microsoft, watch for this to dip. It already did, actually got close to it. Below pre-market, or I should say actually just at the opening bell. Watch for this to dip off of Thursday's low. If it cracks Thursday's low, this is going to go down into the 360s today. So essentially 73.50, 370. Well, it hit 374.25 for the most part. Now, the low from Friday's or Thursday's $1 below that. That vicinity area will be your normal low of day. Ultimate low takes it into the 360s. Reversal for shorts up top come in at 381 into 380. Yeah, 381 area. NVDA, again, just pretty ugly across the board here in large caps. Resistance coming in on NVDA right around the 212.30 mark into 212.75. Now over 212.75, watch for this to get a pretty good lift off today, up to right around 214.50 to 215. So those are your two highs on the day. Support down below is going to come in hot right around 210, then 209, then again 208. And there's your new high of day. New high of day, there goes NXTS to new high. So NXTS is taking that squeeze mob here. We are not halting right now, but this is the low float mover of the day. going across the board for small caps. Nothing else taking the mob right now. So it is NXTS out of the gate. There's your 1350. Over that, we move to 15 area. Watch for a dip off this 1160, 1130 area. I'm going to finish these levels real quickly, and then we can get back over to that play. Over to the Qs on the way up today. The Qs on the way up today. Very ugly chart, kind of like the SPY. Watch this have strong resistance at 745.50 and then again at 747.20. Over that, we head to 748.65. On the way down today, main support's going to come in right around 738.75 roll. Then again at 735. Over to Tesla now on the way up, and yeah, just ugly sauce today. 400 normal high, not normal high. Over that, watch for a move to 402.50. 402.50 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day back up to 405. So normal high of days are the ending of Thursday. Ultimate high up to Wednesday's high. On the way down, main support comes in at 93.50, 92.50, and right around 91 for Tesla today. Just overall in large caps, we have kind of stuffed ourselves back down into Chopville. There really is not a ticker out there that says, oh, watch the break of this and a crack of that, and we're flying on down. Oh, we're going to spike to the moon. The only one today that has that feeling is Microsoft underneath yesterday or Thursday's low of day. Otherwise, a lot of these plays are stuck. They're not in good chart territory to run. The only one right now that continues to move on down with some clean chart would be Microsoft. Other than that, it could be a choppier Monday off of that 3-day weekend. MU. Oh, yeah, it's my play, baby. You know I love me some MU. You know I love some MU. No need to talk about that, baby. We already know it's going to the moon. 1250 is next, and 1500 for MU. I'm still in at the 630 mark, 629.30, whatever the exact price is. Something around there. Something around there. Something around there. Okay. All right. So I like Getty. I like NXTS. I would have loved it already. It's not coming down. But right now, so far, NXTS, we can look at reversals today, have come from 920 down to around 730. So it's about $2. 10, 11-ish, so about $2. So now we're looking good. Now we're looking good for the pullback down to here. Now we're looking good. She keeps running into the LULD. She does keep running into the LULD for the halt up price. I'm going to wait. I'm not thinking this play gaps up just because we do see a lot of selling. This is running into the halt up, though, right now. Running into the halt up. Jay Webb, I haven't got into anything, buddy. If you're talking about like this morning so far. I haven't got into anything. Anything, my friend. I thought about jumping in right there to NXTS, honestly, for the continuation move on up, but I just don't think we're going to get that big of a gap up. We do, but I don't think we will. I just don't think we do. Yeah, it's showing 1408 for resumption price. Bird is also halted up, but not showing a resumption price. See, if Bird goes live, that'd be 3707. I mean, 3703. 37.03. NXTS showing no gap up. Anybody get in NXTS for just a quick little in and out scout? I'm looking for a pullback down into here. Forgot what that play was last week that we got the quick move into the dip area, the dip and rip. Bird live, resumed, no gap up, immediately saw a pullback, but a quick dip. So that's good to see. We are seeing EHGO start to pop up a little bit here. Looking to get a trade in here on NXTS, to be honest. And if I can get an awesome, quick little trade here on NXTS, then I'm going to be looking into a profit. And after we profit, I'm going to be cleaning up this pile of shit back here. I've cleaned it up. Yeah, right off these highs, right here, Aussie. Right off this area. Somewhere right through here. I'll take anything in the low 12s. Anything in the low 12s, because you got to think about today, again, the pullbacks have been $2. Actually, a little bit less, right? 11, 10 down to 9, so they've been about $1.70, $1.80-ish. So at this point, I'll take anything in the low 12s. Anything in the low 12s. It gets lower than that, unless it's about to halt down, then I'll get out of it and take a loss. But let's see when this goes live. Should be at, yeah, 40.23. 40.23. Not showing any gap up at all. So I got about a minute, little less than 2 minutes. I should say right around almost a minute now. And it tastes like straight. Oh, good, the flavoring. This is cereal and milk, or milk and cereal. I don't know what it's called, something like that. It tastes so good. I can't put my is it Cinnamon Toast Crunch kind of -y? All right, team, again, looking for a dip down into the low 12s, the high 11s, for the dip and rip back on up. For the dip and rip back on up. All right, so NXTS, here we go. See if it goes live at 40.23. Hut, hut, 40.23, hut, hut. Oh, come on down. No quick dip and no dips real quickly. Just don't go into another halt up though. Wow, it's kind of moving slower than I anticipated. I thought we'd see a quick dip down into the 12s, and I was just going to start adding in. Oh, pooey. New high of day there. Bird, nothing great, but Bird, new high of day. Ah, there goes the rip. I almost jumped in there looking like it was about to go up. There it goes. She's a flying. I'm going to start adding into this, and if it dips down, I'll add into it more. This one looks like it's going to 1875, if not 20. This one may start to rip here, team. This one may just start to rip. So I got in there on the halt up. If this dips anywhere down to the 14s, I'll get into it again. Got to go into that second halt up. This looks like it wants to continue to fly here. Decent move from EHGO. Double top there on MU. Put that on watch just because I thought maybe it might explode to new highs. It actually hit right at pre-market high area and is now falling right back on down. SkyQ on down. CRMT on down. Oh yeah, feeling good, baby. All right. Let's fire them up. Go live in 5. 91 4, 91, 91 8, or 90. 41 18, if I can count. We get back is 40. 41 18. 46 18 would be the resumption price. 46 18 would be the resumption price. 46 18. Time. 46 18 would be the resumption time. Really is taking the mob, which is really nice right now, other than EHGO, which we'll go ahead and pop this dude over here, Ego. We've seen this one previously as well. I was like, when did we saw it? Last week? Last Wednesday. So, EHGO, we'll go ahead and jump on the board real quickly and put the alert out. Back to the morning alerts. Well, there you go. NXTS actually ends up being the runner. So, there's our 3 straight Mondays. Now, let's see if this one holds, though. Let's see if we can keep the trend and this actually holds. 1750, and then over that to 1875, and then somewhere close to 20. Now, on the way up here, 6 on the way up, we have EHGO. EHGO's popping. We've got resistance at the 360.70 area. Over that, watch for a pop to right around 4, to 395 to 4. Over that, we have 430 to 450 resistance. Over that, watch for a spike up to 485. Over that, then it gets really strong if you go back to last week. What's this, last Wednesday at 620. 620, and then 675 again, and then again at 8. So we have some strong resistance really once we move into around the 620 mark, then again at 680-ish or so. But EHGO is popping up. Down below, NXTS is up so high. By the way, just like, where do you go for a bounce play? Well, at first you're going to look at 1350. Then you're going to look at 1250. And then somewhere right around 1150. Wait for the mob and the crowd to find which one they like the best. And then after that, then we can attack it. $46.18. Let's see what we get here. $46.18. Okay, we are live. So $46.8. Oh, here we go. Selling some profit along the way. So selling some profit along the way. Whoa. Why am I? Oh, I went short. Oh, no. I was supposed to go long. What happened there? What happened here, huh? What happened there? Well, I thought I was long. Oh, I went long, but then I got out. And then I went short and lost it all. How did I go? How did I thought I had 3? No. Who's still in for the long? Who's still killing it? No, I was supposed to still be in this. No! I'm still up 460 on the day, but look what I did. Look what I did. I didn't realize Oh, who's still long? Daza killed it. Daza killed it. Damn it. Fucking fuck. No. This was supposed to be a banger. I went in 1,400 shares. I went in huge. Fuck. No. I had a huge day so far, and then I lost it all. Oh no, God, no. How did I not have that ready? Joshua, I don't know what I did. I guess I thought, I don't, oh, Josh, I thought I had 350 on there. I don't know how. Damn it. Oh, that fucking sucks. Oh, I don't like it. It's not holding there. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes. No, no, no. I didn't mean to sell there. I'm losing all my profit for the day. I meant to. I'm completely fucking up today, team. Damn it. I didn't mean to get out there. I gotta. Oh, that fuzzled me right there. I meant to get in long right here. Oh well. I hope you guys killed it. Crap. Hope you guys killed it right there. Damn it. Got in. I should have made about 2K right there. Should have made about 2K right there. Should have made about 2K right there. There we go, Daza. Good job, baby. Yeah, that was easy right there. Easy money. Easy money right there. All right, I need to clean this shit up. I'm going to clean this shit up real quick. I'll be back. I'm tired of smelling shit. I'll be right back, okay? We got our trade in for the day. We banged that one. Easily 2 points for me. I'll be back here. I am about to clean. You can look at this. You can see I'm not making it up. Look at this behind me. Yeah, look at that. Poop, 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 poop. Anyway, yeah. Came in here this morning. I was like, no, because the dog. Yeah, see, I didn't mean to get out of that long. I knew this was going to be a good long right there to get my money back. It's all right. I'll get another trade in just a little bit. I'm gonna let this calm down. I'm gonna go clean this shit up so I don't have to smell shit anymore. If I wouldn't have fat fingered that, I'd probably still be in this trade. But I was trying to get in for the halt strategy right there, and I didn't mean to get out of it. And then I sold anyway. I'm fucking up. It's all good. I'll be back in a bit. Hey guys, just popping in over here real quickly. I'm hoping this goes into a halt down right here. I was hoping this goes into, it's getting close. I was hoping this can fly into the 15s actually below this. We'll see if it does into a halt down. You can take it for another dip buy if you wanted to. I shouldn't have got out of mine earlier. I wasn't trying to. I'd fat fingered out of it again because I didn't have the scalper pulled up at first. And I didn't realize, I thought I had changed my market depth order to get out 350 at a time. I swear. I was like, I swear I put 350 on there. What the fuck? Anyway, and then I shouldn't have got out of my bounce. And I did on accident. I didn't mean to get. I got out some, but I didn't mean to get out of all of it as it ran right on up to new highs. So this is the dip buy area right here. But I'm kind of just going to sit back and wait for the setup. Right there was one more dip, and maybe this holds for a while. I'm waiting for this to coil over and fall off the face of the earth. And get a good short in that first halt down through this area so we can get a good gap down and maybe into this area for a potential then bounce back up. As of now, it does seem like it's going to be one small cap that's holding up, but we do have EHGO also moving as well. So I just was going to pop back on the mic here of what I'm waiting for because I thought it was about to happen in this candle as I was kind of going just kind of watching this real closely here for the next move. And I killed the two plays. The long I did not mean to get out of, and I started shorting it. And I guess that I should have held on to that short, honestly, in the end. But anyway, did not mean to get out of it, go straight into a short. And then I went for the bounce play for the halt strategy, and I got out of it too quick. So I had the two decent plays out of the gate, and I had to jam. So I'm up. It sucks, but I know I'm going to kill one more trade. So I'm 2 for 2, honestly, on the day of the trades that I wanted to trade, which is funny. And if I didn't trade, or if I didn't get out of this one early, A would probably still be in it. So I'd still be 1 for 1 on the day and just seeing if this goes up to new highs. And maybe even possibly adding because of how strong this does seem for the day. But regardless, that would have been my one trade. I don't know if I would have traded again because it was such a banger hit. You guys got, I know, $1, if not 2 out of it. Because when I scaled out of my shares, I was up 1.5 points. And then I went short on it at that area. I was like, oh, no. What am I doing here? So I was then getting 2 points at that point when I was fully scaled out and then was buying into a short at 17.40 and 45, which I should have held. That ended up paying out. Would have paid out pretty nicely. Now, wow, the bounce play actually working out yet again here. Already a 2-point bounce play. So let's see if this rips into a halt up. I'm just watching it for now as I'm about to do some steam clean. I was kind of getting in and out of the room waiting for the trade here. We are range bound for right now with around, I would say, 1875 to 19 resistance, then main support at 16. All right, so back on the mic here just for a minute. Back on the mic here for just a minute here. Um, Waiting for this. Still waiting. This bounce was beautiful again. Ended up getting about 2 points out of it. Just waiting. I'm not. If you want to challenge it one more time, go ahead. I'm just not going to abuse it. We've already had 1, 2, and now 3 there. I'm waiting for that next move up. Whether it's the squeeze and we go for the halt up, and it's the same theory here. Let's go for the halt up, and then we can add to it if it has a quick dip down. Or I'm waiting for this to crash back on down through the 16 area and get that maybe multiple halts down, if not at least one, into a decent gap down and sell off. This play has been up a lot. Again, these plays that run from pre-market onward are now up 250%. Usually just don't hold throughout the day. The only caveat we've had the last 2 Mondays had the all-day runner. Those just came after the opening bell, which could maybe come from ego. Ego, I know, ran in pre-market, but the spike didn't happen. We stopped spiking in pre-market before this happened. Not that it could happen, right? Maybe even from CRMT could be another one. Maybe it's Bird today. Maybe we don't even get one. Or if we do, we have one really on our hands, obviously, as you can see with NXTS. I'm just saying the all-day runner. And maybe that stops. Of course, you can't have that same trend last forever. I'm just getting back on the mic here, letting you know what I see, which EHGO is your other better mover of the day, kind of staircasing its way up. Old resistance. Let's see if it becomes new support here again at 370. Has support down again around the 310 mark. Again, I'm just waiting for this to explode, to go for another leg up and take that next leg up, or the leg down. At this point, it looks like it wants to squeeze here potentially. At this point, now that it's back in the 19s, unless it's about to halt down, I don't see how this doesn't bounce again, and I probably am actually going to challenge that. Let me finish cleaning up my poo-poo caca back here. I'm just jumping back on the mic real quickly. Just letting you know this one's still hot. This one's still hot. Halt up. Go. Let's see if it halts up here, and I'll start adding into this again. Looks like we're about to possibly here. Yeah, so we'll add into this and see if we can't get a dip and rip on the way down. All right, now I can finish cleaning here, and now we've got a halt up. Let's go. All right, out of that. I just got in and out of that, guys. Got in and out of that, in and out of it. I got in big there, went in and out of it. And it may go up a little bit more, but it's starting to get a little sketchy right here. It's not giving me that big follow through, and that's why I got out of it right away. But I am still back up to now 1,200 on the day, 1,250 on the day overall. So got some. I should have won a lot more on the day. I should be up 2K on that first trade, maybe still in it, small shares, right? But whatever. Still a decent day overall. Now back up 1,250 on the day. You guys might even be up even more than that, possibly on NXTS, maybe possibly. But I'm done with this for now. May try to take that first halt down if you want to. Now that, especially if it does maybe overextend and go a little bit more. That's why I was wanting to halt down through here, because we have like open territory. I did not want it to halt down into this territory. You don't want to halt down now because you're going into bounce territory. Got in and out real quickly there. Probably could have gotten some better exits on the way up. But whatever, it is what it is. I was going to go 500, 500, 500. I probably should have done that. I would have had some better exits there, but I'll take it. I don't care. I'm done. I'm done with this thing. I should have made way more money on it. First on the, I fucking double. I kind of messed up twice. Going long here and got out, went short. I got out too fast, right? And then same thing here. I took the bounce play. We got out too fast, and then this happens, and then both times now we're up to new high of day. And we may be going for another halt up right here. A lot of buying right there, so this could continue to fly. There's really not a lot of charting to hold this play down, honestly. So if you want to go in really small, not a bad idea here for the move up to 25. It's got a lot of buying pressure, but then when you see that selling comes in, you get a little worried to get into that heavy. We are still continuing to squeeze. I don't know if any of you jump back in there with me. Took another halt up, smaller shares but gains. There you go. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, this one's fine. This one's flying. Has a lot of that unhalt. Then goes up for more. Again, that's why I should have probably scaled out 500 at a time, where I was down to 500 shares or 150, 250. But after I had that double Dutch clutch fuck up bullshit right there, I was like, I just want to get back up over a K for the day to make myself happy, and then just know, like, hey, woulda, coulda, shoulda been probably even like a 3K day, because I would have maybe, you know what I mean? But it's all good. I felt like I've overtraded this now, being a dumbass and pressing too many buttons today. And I've done great scaling out. I've had one of these, one in however many trades, right? Or I'm like, usually I'm still scaling out one share at a time, or whatever. I'll take it. Here we go, though, up again today. Now we have another play up 340%. 340%. All right, sweet. All right, let me do this, get the rest of this done. You can see it's behind me here. I'm gonna get the rest of this done. Yeah, but that's awesome. Daza, did anyone else take it? Aussie, you still in here? That Daza, other cousin, J-Web could have jumped in. I hope T-Web, all the guys that I see in chat every once in a while. Can't remember everybody's names that I see from Cali Kid, and I forgot what he goes by, and then Trader One, and all these different names I see. Man, look at this beautiful dip, though. Look at this. Old resistance, new support. I talked about this. Let's see if this holds up at 370. Boom. This is now up $1, 20, 30. We fucking killed it today on our two trades. EHGO is our other one. Now watch for maybe a 540 fail possibly here. 535, 530 fail for EHGO. Got the two good runners for the day. Yeah. This was sexy. Sexy. And it's when I hit the vape pens. When I get high, the stocks go high. Watch for maybe a decent sized gap down here. I might even get in short if we go for a halt down, honestly, just small. I just jumped in. Fuck it. We'll see what happens here. That was a big sell-off. That's what I was kind of wanting. I know it's getting back into charting, but boy, when you see a sell-off that fast in 1 minute from 23s, although that's a biggie. So let's see what we get here. This will be the last trade of the day. Just go in small there. Rule wall, we'll risk about 150, $200, something like that. Again, let me get this going because this won't take me too long to finish the rest of it. All right, and I'll throw some jams on for right now, just so there's something in the background. We killed it today. We killed it today. All right, beautiful peeps. Seeing where this comes live at. Just going to scale out 50 shares at a time to fill 50-50 real quickly. I'll hold 50 if it does hopefully reverse and go in my direction more. Right now, it was showing 18s to start off with, which was great, about $1 gap down. Now it's showing 19.27. So we'll see. We do have EHGO halted up. Not showing much of a gap up, though, showing the same resumption price. The gap, or the bounce play for EHGO, if you want to practice trades, you're looking for a bounce plays back off this 465 to 435 area. Somewhere right around, I guess it's 445. Somewhere in here would be the best for EHGO. Somewhere right around there for EHGO. We do have what's NXTS goes live at 2601. So 2601. Now it's showing 1940. Now 19. I had a feeling. They actually now it's going back down a little bit now in the 1930s. Well, it's all over the place. But I was hoping we'd get a bigger gap down. That's a huge sell-off pressure. I may get out of it right away. We'll see. I may have to go bye. I was hoping this would get honestly a bigger gap down, but it just seems like a lot of the time here recently we just haven't been getting those bigger gap down. So we'll see what we get here. Maybe selling this right out of the gate. I was hoping for a big gap down and more, and honestly go into another halt down. Yeah, so there we go. See if this goes down a little bit more here. Nope, out of it. Yeah, so I'm just going to take that. It's all small loss. Like I said, I was going to risk about 150 to 200 on it. I'm not worried about it. I just wanted to sit. I just trading small and tight. Still a big day overall. And there's the bounce here. Like I said, this actually ends up being the bounce area here. I just figured, look, watch this halt up here. I'm not going to trade this halt game anymore. I'm going to go clean out the, now I've got to clean the thing. Still up 1,100 on the day. Should have been a 2K day. I'm going to let this play go. And let it do its thing. I mean, look at the great bounce play. So that's why shorts here recently haven't been winning until later in the day. And that, you know, that big gap down, you know, we haven't been getting those gap downs really. It's been a lot of this where the plays have been at least holding up here. Look at the HGO go. So HGO, another good barn burner here today. Love it. So the longs are working out nicely, honestly. I wouldn't mind maybe one more long if NXTS starts to go in some, like, if it rips up and halts up at, say, like 24, 50, 25. And gaps up huge, then I would go for a long. I would want to see that it has that potential. I wouldn't just get in on the next halt up. There, after that huge selling pressure, I was like, I'll go 150 shares. You know, if we gap down to the 17s or 16s, all right, boom, there you go. There's a quick 3-4. Now I'm getting closer to that $1,500+ day like I should have had. Even when I sold the first 1,400 shares that I went long with, I was up like 1,450. And then immediately gave back 1,000 of that going short on accident. And then went long where I wanted to, but then got out of it in a frantic fuck up. And then finally took a good long here and, you know, back up over at K for the day. But overall, I'm going to leave it alone. Clean up my fucking Steam vac. Yeah, Daza had a great day. Everyone's had a good day. I mean, I've had a great day. I should be up 3K, honestly. You know, something like that, but it is what it is. I'm not worried about it. We have those days. I've had big ass days in the past month, and here yet another Monday with a big day. Watch this now come all the way down and sell off again. I'm leaving it alone. I would say if you want to bounce this though, that 16, 20, this area, you know, anywhere between, I'd say 16, 15, 15, high 15s would be the dip area. I'll be back here on the mic as soon as I'm done cleaning out my Steam vac thing. Back in just a few, okay? official. Done with that. I forgot to shut that. I don't have a trend line form in here. I'd base it off of that, go through there, and say boom, shakalaka, bam to bam, and look how in pre-market that was resistance. How perfectly is that? 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 1 bounce area. Well, actually kind of 3, but man, is that not beautiful to see there? Old resistance, new support on NXTS there from pre-market onward. Oh, halted down. Hey, where you going? Hey, go. Where go my Lego? Not spy H. I need spy. Woozo, wazzo, wheezies. Tight to start. Getting tight. We're going to new high of day. We're flying nowhere. 745. Beautiful support there. If that cracks, watch out. Warch out. Warch. No, it's warsh. Wash out. Apple, let's go to this. Okay, nice, good, beautiful bull flag and squeeze up today. Nice, good triangle there. Now we're heading back on down. Nice little flag, though. Now we're cracking that. Are we cracking across the board? Spies pulling a roll back. Boy, AMD surging to 600 today. Not truly, but my good gosh. What else we got here across the Amazon, the A board? Oof, hey. Amazon, get off your ass. What the fuck are you doing? Google, Google's down today. CrowdStrike, CRW, Dizzles. Okay, I'm literally going to spell in Dizzles there. Dell, nice good surge there out of the gate for Dell. Holy fucking Fraggle Rocks. Look at that move right there. Freaking pre-market nothing. Ramping up, though, to 413.15 to all the way to 444 on the day. What a biggie move. Microsoft. Oh my, can we find a direction? But a lot of the plays are starting to see some sort of a pullback here with the SPY, and that's really tight today. How are we doing this in DK? Similar, new all-time highs there. Chug-a-lugging to 25 hundo. That's definitely coming. Tesla. Hello. There's a move. Jesse, how we doing? What a bomb surprise. Yeah, I just threw it on public for this, like days like today, like I take a lot of trades. Killed the trade out of the get-go. So, Jesse, right out of the gate, I took this halt up right here. No, right here. I took the second halt up to move in for the third halt up. Got in 1,400 shares. As soon as it went live, I thought I had 350 to scale out of the thing at a time. 350, 350, 350, 350. My ass had 700, so I fired 2 missiles away. Like, all right, fired 2, blah, blah. And then right when I fucking finally looked after I fired my third missile away, I was like, what? Hold on. And I'm shorting this thing. I'm like, no, I was adding into a short all of a sudden, which actually in the end would have been good for a quick little short if I would have held it for a quick second. I'm like, no, fuck no. So I was up 1,400 after I got out of my first long. I didn't mean to. I probably would have made 2 or 3K on this move up, scaling out, and then probably holding some. I got out like a dumbass on accident. Got short. Got out of that with the loss. Took away $1,000. Went from 15 almost 100 up to almost up about, it was like 1450 to 450. Went long here for the halt strategy play. I was like, all right, bounce play, let's get in. I did the same fucking shit again and then went short. Got out of it too quick, went short. I was like, okay, Josh, reset. That first trade, you're all fuzzled, fucked up. My dog one of the dogs shit in the room last night. I think the storms got it upset belly. I think it was Domino or Great Dane. So shit all in my bedroom. I picked up most of it. But there's still the fucking like residue that I'm like, I gotta get morning alerts and I gotta get going here. So I'm like, it smells like shit in here. And then on top of the fact, I'm like, anyway, I'm like, let's just wait. So like, all right, now I take the breakout trade here, and then I got back on top. Then I went short here. My last trade was taking the halt down. I think, okay, here's a huge sell-off. I'm gonna take this halt down and see a move back here. Well, it's been choppy since, and I should have known heading back into that chart wasn't open territory, but still overall $1,100 on the day. Should have been like a 2 or 3K day. It should have been a barn burner, gut buster right here. I mean, that was my entry price. The original entry price was $15.75 or something like that. And we haven't seen it since. So it's all good. It could have been better. And I called it out on my Discord. I said the last 3 days we have had this. The last 3 freaking days, or the last 3 Mondays. INHD 2 Mondays ago. RG&T last Monday, and I said, well, this play's running in pre-market on through the opening bell. I'd bet it isn't going to be like those that holds up at least as long as those did. No, this is TTP, Trade the Pool. So I'm using Trade the Pool. I'm with Trade the Pool. So Trade the Pool is who I stream with now. They pay me. But yes, for charting, this is Think or Swim. Charting is Think or Swim. My order entries here through Trade the Pool. Yeah, it was. And what's funny is I've showed you, Jesse. You saw the TCGL trade, right? Over on Trade the Pool. I've showed you that, right? The one that I took 100 points up on the TTP live stream. I've showed you that, right? So I've been killing it scaling out this year. So to finally like, and I'm like, how did I not have that ready? I swear I did. I swear it was on 350. It was so weird. I see. Okay, I thought you did. Yeah. So I've been killing it. So you're gonna have those here and there where you're like, dope. And then you get back in on a great bounce play, which this entry was like 1620 or something like that. And you go look back at that now going, dope. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, just chill out. Just chill out. Start cleaning your carpet. Tell chat you'll be back. Still green on the day. You'll get a killer trade. And then I got this. So could have gotten even more out of it, honestly. But I got my, 1K move on it. I was like, I'm done. I'm fucking done. I'm taking it. And then I was like, I'm going to go small on this because I thought maybe we were going to get that, like, you've seen it before. So I've seen it. You've seen these before that just boof, 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 boof. But what we've seen a lot of recently, these plays have stayed up. Like, even here's another one, EAHGO. It halts down just once, right? Yeah, just once here. I know that's a halt down, right? That's one of these is a halt. I thought it halted. Right here. There's the halt finally. There's the H-A-L-T if I can spell. There's the halt down. And it's still holding. So we're just seeing a lot more of that, these plays holding up after they halt down. Not the SPY, though, today. It's 745 Crackaroni coming on down, and there's Tesla coming with it, really carrying a lot with it, I'm sure. SkyQ just had a ramp up, so kind of going back over to small cap plays. I know Tesla had a good large cap move for the day, but SkyQ. So we had a couple of these, and I've been talking about this. We've seen a lot of this recently. They're not all doing it because we've seen too many plays do this, but we go up, and then we come way back down. We go up, we come way back down. Some of these actually go up and above pre-market high. They never end up holding still, but we have been seeing this a lot. And that's the thing. We're just in a bullish market. So that's why I haven't been doing the trendline crack, right? I'm sure you've been around long, Jesse, if I'm not mistaken, where I was like, trendline crack, trendline to VWAP crack to VWAP crack. Hey, what? Thanos crossover. These plays are just bullish. So I'm either trading bounce plays or breakouts. And really today, if I would have stuck to my, and it would have scaled out properly, and here, I'd be 2 for 2, maybe not even 3 for 3, because I would have had, this would have been my entry area, right? But breakouts and bounce play. The 2 Bs, by the way, you making fun of my name there as a Destiny on Trade the Pool. Oh, no, right, I love it. What you use for egg? Yeah, so I use Zen. This is free, bro. So I'll give them to you. Here's Zendu. He's live every day on YouTube, and it has he has like the halt. He has scanners, but he also has the LULD for you. So here would be scanners plus LULD, so you can see the resumption price, right? And for sure the time it's listed beside there, which is really cool. And then you want free trade ideas. It's free. It's so funny. Deck still pushing trade ideas when it's free every day to people. Right here on YouTube every day. Someone, they could be coming right here over to these guys over on YouTube, Stocks Rocks, and I use these guys every day right here. Look at those scanners. Check that out. So you got your top gainers on the day, top front and center, so to speak, right? And then working off of that, probably what you would look at, the Momo scanner, right? Dip scanners, right? Earning scanners, right? We got a halt scanner in the bottom right-hand corner, makes sense. So we got some random Momo scanners surrounding the other Momo scanner, right? And it's slowly working all the way back down here. You've got even post-market. So when post-market shows up, then you'll have your top gainers. That's it. Free every day. Been using those for a couple of years now. So I have multiple screens going on. I've got a 55-inch smart screen TV and then 3 24-inch screens in front of me. And this place is still holding up here. I really wanted one more trade for the morning on it at 16. I'd like one more dip buy right off that area. I do feel this play does crack back on down. And again, this is why I don't take trendline cracks anymore. I mean, look at that. I've been waiting for that big momentum flush down, and we haven't had it. We've had a little bit more of these kind of more stubborn plays, so to speak. Kind of like right here, like EHGO, it comes down finally after it goes back up, and then watch it come down. Like, okay, I'll get in now. And then if you don't take profit right away, boom, it pops back on up on you. I like one more trade on NXTS. Does have some decent news. It's by far the lowest float of the day. I think float on it. SkyQ, that was the most recent run. NXT, I should say if I could talk. NXTS 860K float. My dog's having to clean up after him. Avery's up now with them all. Long story short, yeah, these places have just been holding up. Been stubborn. So I've just really been taking the long silt. And when I go short, like you saw earlier, I win 150 shares. Like, well, cool, we get the dump off. 150 shares, I've made, I can make $300, $400, $500 out of that if it really sells off. And if not, then I'm just gonna get out of it. First was showing a gap down too in the 18s. Was first showing a gap down around 1850, 1860, 1860, 1860, and was hovering around 1860, 70s for a minute. I'm like, okay, cool. I got in on the halt down here at 1880, essentially we'll call it. I was like, oh, gap down, buck, shit, I'll take that, and then of course it comes all the way up to like 1950. Small gap, but still lost on it after it ran back up on me. Which one is? Yeah, the Zendu. Yeah, Zendu. I like Zendus, and they're both good. I mean, and like in the morning, like I've got so many on both of them, but they'll have the, NXTS, NXTS new high of day, NXTS watch the spread, NXTS. One of the they both do that. They Stocks Rocks, actually, there's a guy that gets on there and kind of like talks you through, be like DEL Delta whatever E is. Anyway, you get my point, though. Is up today on news. So it has someone like actually like when something comes out. So I like when I did my AKNRs, I would come out, especially I should say the one in Texas I did, because the one in Texas I did the nicer master room that was on the bottom and a huge bathroom, but whatever. I was like, I'll just take that. Of course, it was nice. I was going to take this one, obviously, which I wouldn't have in the end because the AC sucked on that side of the house. It was like the only room on that side of the house, on that floor. We had rooms. That thing had like 8 rooms. It was huge. It was so big. So 6,000 square feet. Anyway, right outside the door was the big open living room, right? Because it was built, it was like redone and added onto and renovated and whatever. And so the original house was the nice open living room. But of course, old school houses, what? Well, the master was right off the living room, So every morning before I was ever even out there, you could hear the guys getting out there. Some at 5, 6 in the morning, and they'd turn on Stock Rocks and like. Luckily, I'm a decent enough deep sleeper to where I could kind of sleep through it, but I'd wake me up to, NXTS, new high of day, NXTS, watch the spread. That's Guy Q. And then he'd get on, and you hear the guy, and anyway, but they're both good, definitely for free. No offense. I mean, to pay what like Trade Ed is and all these people are charging anymore, because we even talk about it on the Trade the Pool. Like, I don't see how these guys are even keeping up. I mean, it's just so much free out there anymore, yada, 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 plus... Anyway, how much they charge is my other thing, on top of the fact in the day and age we live in. Who needs to come on in? Into the shit room, come on in here. Yeah, we taking the shits on the floor in here, da. Fucking come in yesterday in Merlin, this sumbitch still fucking eating and throwing up toys, little baby ones, and we're like, when are you getting these toys? Are you doing it at night when we're asleep? I guess we need to start putting them up at all times. So there's like the regurgitation, like that yellowy, orangish throw up on the carpet, 2 stains that I got to fucking steam. And I'm like, all right, got it all nice and smelling good and clean. And I wake up to, I knew something was up about 4 a.m. And I smelt it a little bit. And the only reason I smelt it because one of the little dogs, and I think it was Emilio, got up to bed and took a shit in our bedroom. Small little baby shit. So I picked that up too as well. Looked, it was nice and plump. Didn't have to do a lot of cleaning there. But I, gander through the house, and first Domino had to get out. And I smell, there's something. I just kind of look around and work my way back to the office, and sure enough, like you should have seen it, and you should have seen the pile I had to pick up, and it was like somewhat runny too. Anyway, long story short, gross, and damn it. And I'm like, I'm picking it. I can clean this right now. I'm not trying to go back. I'm going back to bed. I'm going to pick it up what I can. I'll cover it up. I'm going to have to come in here tomorrow and clean this shit up. I couldn't get back to sleep. That's bomb, man. I need to put scanners up on TVs too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm TV. Fucking, I love TV. It's got too many of them. But, yeah, having the 55-inch smart TV above us is nice. Above us, me. And then having the 3s, like, I limited myself at first because when I got in this office, I didn't have the arcades over here, and what I should have done is gotten a nice L-shaped desk. So I could also kind of see out the front window, which would be kind of cool, right? Bringing some natural light and be closer to it. Should have done that, you know, it would have been really cool to do that. And then even in the end, I could have put arcades right here. So I wish I would have done that and had like arcade, like right as you walk in, arcade, you know, and back behind me like this. However, but you get my point. I could have done it differently. And I wish I would have done an L-shaped desk, could have gotten bigger screens and even had like, I did what I did. And I think a lot of it too, because I already had like this was up here, I have the Jordan and I have the Elway thing, right? And so, anyway, I should have gotten L-shaped though, regardless still. And I still could, but I limited myself. And so I got this desk that's only like it's 4, maybe 5 feet long. Anyway, and so I got the screens that could fit. And I didn't want to do one big curved one, and those cost a lot. And so I got 3 Samsungs that were all the same like model. I got 2 that were curved and 1 flat. So my thought process, and it was right, to where the edges in the middle are so thin you really can't even tell. And of course you connect it in the end. It's like 3 having one big curved screen. It's essentially, right? So you have 24, 24, 24. So it's 72 inches of curved screen, essentially. And it's nice. I wish they were a little bit bigger, but again, I don't have room for, I mean, I don't know if maybe 27s I could have done possibly. I know I did the math it's like edge to edge. Like the curved screen literally goes almost to the edge of like where so if I'd have gotten bigger monitors, the stand even probably wouldn't, you know what I mean? So, but then above me I have the 55-inch TV, so that helps out a lot too. But the next house, oh bro, which I know I've shown that off. I'm sure you've seen the floor plan for it. That's what'll be money. Very money. Very much money. Let's see, what's Aussie still around? Aussie, great trades today, Aussie. Now I'm done. I'm gonna leave it alone for now. It should have been like a 3K day, easy. I've had those in the past, so I can't be like, because there were days where I wasn't expecting it. I was like, oh damn, I fucking blew it out the water today. Should have today. I fat fingered, fucked up. And hey, I'm gonna have that happen. I've through this year so far, and how many trades I've taken to fucking liquidation, closing bell, and get to the just take it all the way down or all the way up, whatever it might be. I'm gonna have my fuck up days. Let's see, Jesse, when do you think this PDT madness will start? I know there have been runners, but I don't think it's from PDT. Apparently there are. Oh yeah, I just think this is it. I mean, this is it. I mean, honestly, you got to see what Micron's done. SanDisk, aluminum or light, whatever it is, Lamentum or whatever light is, all these plays that have just, gold, silver that's run, Intel it's run. Here comes a good size sell-off finally. I'm going to leave it alone for now. I wanted the pullback to happen earlier, but still the 16 area is still not bad for a balance play on NXTS. I feel like I've over-traded it for what the move it had, where it could have just had one fucking entry where I had here, and I don't even know if I'd have, son of a fucking bitch. It still irritates me a little bit. But we killed it today. We still killed it. I have to go back and see how much we're up over the last, 3 or 4 weeks. It's a lot. Let's see here. But I think this is it, though. Because we've talked about this on the TTP streams. That's why I always tell people, go watch us on TTP, which I'll be live today with Steve at lunch. At 1 p.m. Eastern, that's noon Central, that's 11 Mountain, that's 10 East time, or 10 West Coast, 10 West Coast. But at 1 East, every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we recap the day and then the week on Friday. And Friday, you can also come over and bring your own charts. We'll break those down. We started that this last Friday just to add a little something extra, which was really fun. Anywho, but yeah, it's going to be a slow and steady progress. It's not like everybody, it's not like a horse race kind of thing, and everyone's at the gate. And then, whatever that little noise they make, whatever, and they're off. I don't think it'll be like that, honestly, because it'll be this broker and then this broker, and then it'll be, and that's what I was saying, it'll be 2 years from now, or 3 years from now, especially, and be like, oh yeah, remember when we used to talk about the PDT rule? Because I was jokingly, and I still need to do this. Honestly, I need to do this and have Avery film me, or just film someone. I need to have someone film me. Hold on, Marco. I'll let you out in a minute. But imagine if I went up to an average person, especially me in Arkansas, as if I was still in Texas, if I was in Mississippi. Of course, I'm in Arkansas and Texas my life, but if I went over and visited Mississippi, especially Louisiana, I went up to the average person in Walmart, Waffle House, Burger King, McDonald's, KFC, my place, Popeyes, Subway, 7-Eleven, etc. Run-of-the-mill, 50 to 70% of the population places I'd go to. Just walk through any restaurant, Chili's, and just go, hey man, you heard about the PDT rule? It's done, it's gone. and just see the reaction, right? Just kind of like man on the street type stuff. Like funny just to see how many people would be like, "Oh yeah, yeah, man, I'm so glad." Like, aren't you glad Trump's finally said, "Hey, no more guns. He's taking away the gun rights. Isn't that crazy?" NRA is gonna go nuts. And just to be like, "What?" Just to see then their reaction and be like, "What?" To be like, "Yeah, you have no idea what you're talking about, do you?" But just point being to see how many people have no idea what the PDT rule is. It's not gonna. My point being, yes, we know what it is, but so that might spice up the crowd a little bit. But do you think, to think if it happened in 2020, 2021, when we had more people at home because of COVID, I don't know how crazy. COVID was crazy and 21 was as well. I can't imagine how nuts that shit would have been. Like, to be completely honest. Here's the bounce play. Let's see how long it goes up here. I honestly, if I took this bounce play, would probably be out. If I went in 1,000 shares, I'd be out 500 right now. Just a quick little dip. I'm up 70 cents, 80 cents right here. Let's see how long this lasts. And if it continues to last, then I'm going to go ahead and just put it in, though. But you get my point. And I brought this up jokingly. Like, I would love to do a man on the street and just be like, all right, and just jokingly go through and ask random people, like, man, PDT rule, can you believe it? Gone, extinguished, no longer. Finally, right? What are your thoughts about that? See, Ingrid, I'm feeling it. There we go. See, Deck, Ross, Sykes, everyone's saying is going to get mad. Oh, no, damn, bro. No offense. What do all those guys do for love and for fun? How do they get most of their money? I would say Ross Cameron's the only one that makes money from stock trading. Sean Deckmar and Tim Sykes do not. I know they do not, actually. Especially Tim Sykes. Deck, I get my point. So these guys are all about social media. So that's their shtick. Like that Tory Trades girl that's been, and I don't know how she's still out there and people are promoting her, but she's been caught as a fraud. Because I've already said that for years. I'm like, she never posts what she's doing and how to trade and what to trade. I show it off every fucking day. I go fucking live what to do and what I'm thinking. They're like sitting back like it's her shit.
Yeah, let's talk about stop losses and the mental stuff.
I'm like, bitch, shut the fuck up. I'm like, no offense, but fucking sweet. Go be a psychologist or some shit. Like, you ain't no fucking stock trader, so let's not stop acting like you a successful stock trader and you know how to teach different stock trading, strategies. Because last time I checked, you just sitting back and filming fucking podcasts. Like, listen. I'll run circles around her. I'll run circles around Tim Sykes. Let me know last time he said back on May the 5th when I put out On the Horns, and I'll scroll back and tell you when I said Micron's going to 1,000, Micron's going to 1,200. I'll never get on the live stream one day when I was in ARM. Let's go all the way back on a 4-hour time frame here, and the day ARM was blowing up to 300 here, this day right here. And I was on the live stream, and this play was about 285, 286, somewhere in there. And I was like, blah, 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 it's going to 300. Money Mitch was like, oh, it's up too high. I wouldn't. I'm like, no. I was like, oh, no. This is going to 300. That's 15 points, but mind you, first off, that's 15 points you about to get. That you just go, 15 points, just That's a chunk of change. Let alone, I said it ain't stopping at no 300 either. And then all the way up to $450. Let's go all the way back to Micron on Cinco de Mayo. I was on the horn on my morning alerts telling everybody on Micron back here all the way on Cinco de Mayo to get into this long term. And that little red line is my entry price on my swing account for TTP. And I said it's going to 875, 1K, 1250, most likely 1500 in the end. Let me know when those guys get on the horn and say they never do and they never will. So I would challenge any of them to a chart off I will outtrade you on any size ticker. Let's pull up a ticker, any chart. And I mean like literally random Jeopardy, just that's not Jeopardy. What's the Wheel of Fortune? I'm like, oh, sweet, Pat. Thanks, I'll take that. Give me an S. Yeah, I never heard of her, but anyway, they're just hypers. That's all they do on social media. Oh, look at that. Perfect bounce play in the end. Beautiful bounce play right there. Still holding. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. But yeah, no, listen, you want traders that have, again, like Michael Noss, who he gave a presentation at the Money Show, had a booth, right? Or those guys. Michael Noss has a CMT. you get my point. He's on the same, like, me and him are on very similar wavelengths. We don't trade our P&L, yada, yada, yada. We just trade the chart. He's all robotic anyway, or he's, what is it called? Quant, whatever, right? So he just has the bots trade for him. He sets up a system and the bots go trade. And they enter. He has his own, where he does his own trading here and there, but anyway, but yeah, no, it's just one of those things. That's what they're gonna do. That's their job. No offense, they have to, right? I mean, they have to be like, oh yeah, da ba da ba da ba, or deck small account challenge. I'm doing this. Come to boot camp, do blah blah blah, right? I don't ever do that stuff. I am. Hey, here's how you trade stocks. You want to learn how to trade stocks? Here's how you learn. Do you hear about the changes to OCC stocks? Apparently, they killed them with rules. Oh yeah. Moved. Yeah. I think that'd be sweet. We'll see. Listen. I think we're at where we're at right now. We've been hot from QMs, right? You got to go back and got to think about the moves we've made, like QMMM. All the way back in September. I don't know that you can get much hotter than this. Oh my gosh, it's not letting me now in a 4-hour time frame, but whatever. It will in a yearly, right? Where you go from literally, look at this. The low is 820. We go to 303. That was crazy, right? Or of course my TCGLs of the world, all the way. This is all the way through. And of course, I wish this would let me do all the way up to 450. That's in one day. Low 890. So essentially same low of QMs, but we run all the way to 453. Merlin, lay down. Lay. But yeah, I mean, I don't know we get much hotter than that, because only thing is hotter is 20. Well, truly the only thing that's hotter for I'd say a longer stretch was 2020 to 2021. This reminds me of stretches like we were hot, but never. We were never this hot like that consistently in 2016, which the times I got to see it really were just hot. We were pretty decently throughout that year hot in 2016. That was still the Ross Cameron, Tim Sykes years. That when Deck first got going. So of course that was the main thing. That was what you saw on YouTube or social media. That was what was hot. And then eventually Forex got a little love for a little bit. And then now the big thing is futures. Futures is stolen the mob. It's not a question if it's not an if and or doubt. Futures has stolen the mob from any sector other than large caps and trading options, because you got to look what MU, what Light, Sand. I can go through a fucking slew of tickers that have moved over 1,000%. So imagine what options have done on those. Just nuts. Smoked Tuna knows all about it. But yes, it's just no offense. But listen, this is hot. I mean, you can't get much hotter. 2021, that was as hot as I've ever seen it, thanks to COVID. And I think if this would have happened in 2020, the PDT thing, because we didn't it wasn't as futures and there weren't as many prop firms. I think it would be crazy nuts. You are fine. I'll let you out in just a minute. Finish this up. I know I've been going live for quite a while actually. Time has flown by. When was that? That was September. That's what I'm saying. So this is all the way back in September. We had, and this is okay. So let's go back. So we had QMMM, right? I'll have to go 1 year, 1 day. And this reverse split. I have to go find a chart that didn't reverse split. But this happened, and I would have always talked about back in the day. Right around Thanksgiving, we get hot. This was the day after Thanksgiving. Now, this has been reverse split, but imagine what this did. I can't remember. I want to say it was like 5 to 50. I think it was like 5 to 50, or maybe it was 5 to 500. I don't know. It was huge. Because the second round, I want to say in January, we had one in January. Yeah, we had another one here in January where it went this one went bananas, SMX. So we had this one a couple of times. I can't even remember them all the barn burners. But this was in that. So we had QMs. I forgot we had a lot of others. I had to rewind the tape and find the other ones. SMX was one of the big ones in November and December. Then all the way to TCGL, which was in January. So that was, and then now we're hot again, and now we have this run here recently of AKN, right? So we have Akon, and it's a really big run here recently. That was a pretty good sized run here recently. And then after that we had MNTS. MNTS was a good runner right after that, right? That was a pretty damn good runner. ASTC was another damn good runner right after that. INHD T12 because it went so fucking bananas in one day. Then I went all the way up to 60 in after hours, right? RGNT last Monday went, and it went to 15. I thought it went higher than that, but anyway, I thought it went a little higher, but whatever. But yeah, I guess it did just go to 15, but you got to think where it went from 15. I mean, 180. That's a 180 to 50. That's a 2. I mean, that's a huge burner. That's a barn burner. We've had some barn burners. But yeah, it's just my point being, I don't know that we get much harder, honestly. You know, it's not like we can get too much harder. I don't mind it. I love it. I mean, that's where I've said this for the longest time. Where I've said this story so much recently, which is so funny because it finally hit me when I was on a one-on-one with the old cosmic rays. If you're listening, um, uh, point being, anyway, this was brought up. I forgot how I thought about it, but point being, let's go back to 22, especially to 22, 23. Deck leaves going small caps. Remember, went over to options. And I was like, everyone's like, Josh, don't leave small caps, don't leave, and I didn't. But I went to shorting a lot, and so like at that time, I was probably toward the end of that year, say 2022, I was 80% short, 20 long. By 23, it was like 90-10, if not, almost 95, now almost 98% short. And people are like, Josh, what happened? They'd come over like yourself. I'd seen you, I used to go long. What's the shorting thing? You never go long anymore? What happened to your bounce plays? It's like, man, there's just not a lot of them. They work here and there, but my trend line crack and my shelf, I just trade those every day. It's just trend line crack here, shelf crack there, trend line crack here, shelf. These plays are just dumping every day. And so I was like, listen, when I first started, it was like, it was 90, I was 100% long because it was think or swim. You can't short there. I only was long. And then eventually, just say 20, late 2020, I'll say let's go mid 2021. Mid 2021, I'm probably 50-50, right? And then by the, like I was saying, by the end of 2022, I'm 90-10, and then by 20, I'm just not hardly ever long. And I literally would say to them, even into 24, I was like, listen, I bet there will be a time where the market shifts, and I'm not going short anymore, and I'm going long all the time again, or so, however I'd pitch them. Like there will be a time I know just how the market shifts, and then sure fucking shit enough, here we are, to where I'm not taking my trend line and shelf cracks ever, and I'm taking my bounce plays and my breakout plays, my halt strategy or whatever it is, and only shorting with heavy momentum. When we get those massive moves up that are halting and gapping up. Like which we'll go back to, and I can kind of show you this play, which was one of the last great examples that almost every trader in my lobby, at least a lot of traders in my lobby, took example of or took advantage of, was DXST this day right here. DXST halted up somewhere in the threes or something like that, gapped up to four something, halted up again. And then so Max in chat was like, so this is on because what we're seeing were plays that were halting up and having huge gap ups, and then they would halt up and gap up again, and it didn't. It was like so my rule of thumb was if it did it two up in a row, we're waiting for that third halt up, and whether it halts up or not, and usually we want it to halt up for a third time, we're looking for that first halt down, because again, if you're getting halt up, gap up, gap up, and that's it, that's your only chart of the day, you better believe you're going to get it straight down. And this was one of those ones I took into. I took into liquidation. This one might be one of the last ones I took into liquidation. Trade the pool, they liquidate you and take you from, because in pre-market and after hours they limit how much you can trade. Your trading size. It's not the full buying power, and so they have to liquidate you 2 minutes for the closing bell. Not that it would have mattered too much because it didn't go down too much more. Anyway, but regardless, so it did that all the way up and then halted up. I think 3 times in a row and almost went for a fourth halt up, because it almost went for another halt up. And then just shot straight into a halt down right around 650-ish or so. And then had a huge gap down around 5, because my first profit taken was somewhere around 5, and then just dumped on off. And I think my best exits were in the 3s. I think maybe this one, anyway, but maybe I didn't take this one. Maybe, anyway, but I think I did. But there was a cup, but yeah. And I love these, because when they just, halt up at 450, gap up to whatever, halt up again, and again. And I'm like, well, eventually, whenever this play comes down and the first halt down, just get in, and it's going to just. So that was my thought process. Hopefully today here was that first halt down, but it wasn't doing that. That wasn't the strategy wasn't really into play. I just saw a huge reversal, just thinking we're about to just dump off. I just don't see how we don't finally get a good size sell off here. And we've seen that a lot, but now it's holding up. Look, it's strong. We've been holding up. Should have taken the bounce play. I mean, we're talking, another 1,000 shares, small go small later in the day, later in the morning for myself. You're still talking probably another $1,000 trade there possibly. So longs have been working out 100%, so I'm just staying in the long field. Let's see. After has been good lately, but I'm so paranoid after our stocks just followed. Oh yeah, for sure. I just take my medicine in market. I know where it's at. I know where to come bank at. And especially you can just see here today, plays like this on INHD, how beautiful this play has worked out. Just calling it out through the morning. So yeah, I just been sticking to the in market, waiting to find that one runner. Today we nailed it. I wish I wouldn't have fucking fat fingered my long. Still a good day. It's still a good day, but oh, what could have been. what could have been. And so after I do that, I like even here, like if I hadn't traded today yet, as is what's crazy, I would have taken that. But the fact that I've traded so much through there and really should have just been right here, probably even still possibly still in just holding like small shares, maybe we still go or not. You know, I've been doing that so much recently and just saying, hey, entry, stop loss. That's all good because I've killed some plays. Yeah, for the well, I short the backside moves down. So the backside moves I've been getting, but my trend line cracks, shelf cracks, I never short the top, right? You know, we've seen deck, no offense. I've seen too many traders short the top for it to end really nasty, like bad nasty, where it just no. And so I'm like, no, I'm not shorting the top. I've always been like, hey, I'll wait for the trend line to crack. I'll wait for the shelf to crack, right? You know, wait for this, the shelf, where we can bounce and bounce and bounce and bounce. But now when we do that, we don't go down. We will pop back on up, and it stops you out before it maybe finally does make its way down. Like right here's a good example, the trend line crack, and then eventually it comes down, but only before stopping you out going up like 2-3 points. So I only take those heavy, massive backside moves down when I see the opportunity. But so yeah, it's literally like I said, when I first started, 100% long, slowly working to almost 100% short in 23 into 24, and now late 25 into 26. I wouldn't say 100% long. It's probably 90 to 95% long, 5 to 10% short. Yep. Hey, it's paying out. Let's just do this real quick. Let's see how far back in time I can do here. I don't know how long it'll let me do. We'll just do the month of July. Or month of July. Like, man, AK, what month you living in, brother? All right, so here's June. This is June so far. So June is 76. Not bad for June. 76 for June. We'll go back to like MNTS. Somewhere right around MNTS. Okay, so okay, yeah. So it's yeah. Okay, cool. Badass. Yeah. So about 11 almost 12K. But yeah, just for the month of June, which we'll do. There we go. And then boom. It's not bad. Not bad. Say almost 7,700 for the month of June. Because I've had like days where I haven't even traded. It's like literally there are days where I'm like not a lot of good trades or a trade, and then there are days where it's just boom, big, you know, nice good sized days. Like today really should have been one of those bigger days and really could have been pushing 10. Because what was that 2 weeks red Aussie chick? I have to go back where I had it was like what about it was like 10K. I think that's a swing account too. Was what that was. I think that was the swing account that I did. All right, there we go. Let me go back to the daily there. But yes, Jesse, there you go. To answer all the questions, my man. I'm taking the break though for the morning. Beautiful morning. Should have been a way bigger day. I fucked up, fat fingered. Really could have been honestly in the end, which is so funny. Also, because I could have held the short for a quick win, then went long, held it for a could have, and then went long anyway. So, but little. I'll just say it should have been a 3K day, maybe even 4K. But I don't care. I'm done. Still making a great Green Day. Talk about Green Day, baby. When I come around. When I come around. All right, taking the break. Thank you, Jesse, coming on over. Smoke tuna. Aussie, if you're still sticking around, see I trade good on TOS, then stuff on let's see, then stuff on my team there. Gotcha. So I guess you're trading good on TOS, but not on TTP. Try to emulate it as much as you can, you know, Aussie. You know, as you know, if you want to try to do some one-on-ones, we can do those together and say like, hey, we're just gonna take the same trade here. And the main thing would be trying to take bounce plays. You could take halting plays, but you have to go in right when it's halting up. That way you'd get the same entry price. That's you're going to try to practice to where you'd get the same entry price. So A, bounce plays would be it, and then B would be have an order entry box like your from trade the pool right beside your order entry box for TOS. And so as soon as you're about to get, you know, I've taught you how to get in on these halt ups, like what you got in. Everyone got, let's say everyone, a lot of people got in with me right here for this. I mean, perfect, successful. What could have been overall 8 points plus of a trade. You know, and it still has not seen lower than our entry price from original entry. That's where you could get in right simultaneously. You're like, boom, I'm in 50 shares. Boom, I'm in 50 shares, and you get in both at the same time. Oh, see, man, I remembered something brutal. Speaking of all the social media traders, so that mixed guy from Miami is a fraud. He was trying to scam me. I forgot his name. Whoa, look him up. Gotcha. Alex Gonzalez. I haven't heard of him. Alex Gonzalez. Yeah, I haven't heard of many. I mean, the ones you literally mentioned earlier, the main ones, and I've know the Tory trades because I kind of used to follow her. Then she started getting all these, like fake. It looks like fake followers. Her account just started blowing up out of nowhere. I just never really follow people. I do it a little bit more now because I trade the pool, and I'll like some stuff, and that's more so on X. I don't even know who the hell I follow half the time. But yeah, I don't really. Yeah, and it's just me too. I want to do what I do, but just how most are. Yeah, Tory Trades. Her name is Tory Trades. Hey, and hey, that's the thing. You go to female traders, not a lot of female traders out there, and she, because you can, to me, I can usually tell if someone's good or not. Because if someone's good or at least has a strategy, they'll show it off, and a lot of videos showing it off, not just Discord, podcast bullshit where they're just talking in front of a microphone or just talking stupid, just simple stuff. Like, man, anyone can do that. Like, show me some trading styles. What are you doing? How are you trading and why are you trading it? Show me some of your live trade. Break down a chart for me. Show me things. But a lot of the time, it's just that you can tell the content's not for that. And then you'll go to the review, the fucking comments, and I'm like, are all you guys just bots? Oh yeah, and it's just like just anyway. Smoke tuna, I think it's not their problem, it's your problem. Everyone just want people to give it to you. You need to learn yourself first. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah. For sure. That's how it is, brother. Yeah, I don't get it. That's how they are though, 100%. They just want to be like, you give it to me. You're gonna give it to me. Are you gonna give it to me? Here's $50. Ah, shit, that didn't work out. Here, I'll give you how much is yours? 150. I'll give you 150. Yeah. And they think just with that, I was there. I mean, I'll be honest. I thought I did try to do some learning in it for, like I said, I always go back to the beginning. When for August 5th, August 2015, watched some videos. I did some stuff. But you get my point. It wasn't like, yeah, I did some stuff. And then I went over to, Sykes' place and thought I could join him and his place and hey, look at the 450 bounce. What do we call this out earlier too? Who called it out, Aussie chick? I said 460 to 445 or so, right? We talked about that. That was another banger. So ego and NXTS today, beautiful. But anyway, I thought I was gonna go over there, and I did that for like 3 months, and he was never there. And this was back in 2016. He was never there, and he'd always come in rarely and give an alert ahead of time, and then usually it was it was just, I called this, I told you, and I'd go back. I'm like, where did you tell me? And I'm like scrolling forever, and there's just a bunch of idiots in there. I'm like, people are paying 150 or whatever. They're paying how much a month for this? And I got some deal, like New Year's deal, the cheapest one, and I think I was paying like somewhere around 100 or less. Yeah, I was like, wow. Got out of that, wasn't making money, and thought, but then I was like, okay. Even when I first started with Deck of Tradecaster, what was Deck More Trades back then, he was on a hot streak, like like a 70% win rate, 70 something like that. He was showing it off, right? 73, whatever it was, low 70s, which is good over X amount of period of time. It's not like that all the time, but it was for a stretch. He was hot. I was like, and I remember one day making my bed, just going, oh man, I'm gonna follow. That's it. Every trade I'm gonna follow. I'm gonna be right there, hawk it. I'm here every morning. There's no way I'm gonna miss out. I know there's a little bit of lag. I'll take that. It's all right. It's a little bit of a lag. But I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna be at least get my 5 cents here, 10 cents there, 20 cents here, maybe get some 30, 40, 50 cent bangers. I never forget that. Like I said, I'll never forget, like, happily making the bed one morning, which we never make the bed anymore, by the way. I'll pay $500 for an indicator for MT4. That's funny. It's just like shredded $500 down the drain. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Been there. I haven't even done that back. We've talked car, of course, tuna. This is one of the worst for me as a kid. I saved up, because I'll never get this, into this. Saved up so many checks. I worked at a barbecue. I've talked about Mean Pig Barbecue. It was on Man versus Food. You can look it up on YouTube, right? You can look up, Adam Richman. We had it's called the Shut Up Juice, and it's the the challenge. And he actually went there. I'll never forget this. It was after I stopped working there, but I worked there in high school, which was in 2001 and 2 into 3 is when I worked there. So I worked for about almost 3 years. But so anyway, he was at competition or whatever. When I worked there in high school, so it was a badass restaurant. When it was in high school, I was saving all these checks. I had Mitsubishi Eclipse, of course. Fast and Furious came out, and here I have an Eclipse, saving up checks to get the same body kit that I couldn't get those wheels. Those wheels were crazy expensive, so I got some very similar looking wheels. Got the same body kit, which was expensive enough. And even when I got the body kit, I'll never getting the body kit. I took this body kit to like every fucking shop in town, and everyone was like, "Nah, I can't put that on. That doesn't have blah blah blah." And like everyone gave me this like they couldn't keep like it would be like unsafety. They had to take off this, that, the other. Finally, one of my last resorts took this place in Cab, and I got you. And sure enough, perfect. Like put it on there, everything was just fine. He was like, "No, there's no issue." I was like, "I don't know what all these like. I think they were just lazy. It's gonna be hard," but he's like, "I'll have to mold some stuff." I need to find some pictures, but that Eclipse was so pretty. Anyway, long story short, so I'm saving up money for all this stuff, and I'm thinking on top of the stuff I'm buying, I want to get a turbo because this wasn't a GTS Eclipse; it was just a GT. So I'm like, I want a turbo. Like I want a fucking, all that, and the movie, right? I'm like, I literally go to eBay and buy some fucking old piece of shit used turbo, take it to a shop here in town, and they pretty much laugh me out of the shop, going like, "Bro, like you need intercool, like you know much more shit you need. It's not you can't just slap a turbo. I literally thought you could just slap a turbo up in there somewhere. Like you can't literally just slap that thing up in there and like, oh, that was. I mean, imagine that like you're a mechanic and that's like heyday. Like it was this badass shop on the other side of town. It was like where you go to or one of the places you go to, but it was like the one had so like a lot of cars in there, and you walk in there right, and they're like, you think I can just slap this turbo in there? And then like they try to be nice, but we can order you all the stuff that you'll need. And they looked at the turbo, took it back to them, like, man, this turbo, it's really almost useless. Like it's like it needs to be working. Like it was, it was like a waste of like $800-900 or something. Oh man, love it. But yeah, hey, those are the good old days. All right, I am taking the break. We killed it today. NXT. Should have been a bigger day. I don't really care. It's another day. It'll be one of those things down like, oh yeah, that one trade, but I'll have so many. I remember the bigger ones, overall. I'll somewhat remember NXTS. Unless this goes bananas later and it's up to like 50 and I've traded it again and I've really made some more money off of it. It's still on watch. I'm just going to take a break for now. I have the lunch recap, which of course I'll play the audio through here as well over on Trade the Pool. That starts in a little over an hour and a half at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Market Time. 450 support, 4 EHGO. Strong resistance at 6, and again around the 650 and the 675 handle. And then we have beautiful channel overall, 16 support, 16 support. Resistance starting to come in here at 1850, and then really strong into 1950. So we can see we're just kind of channeling here most recently with this bounce play we talked about being really beautiful at that 16 or just a hair below it, right? So far overall, getting about 2 points with the spread on it. But I am taking the break for now. Good morning so far. Killed it. Talked about it this morning on the Discord. Even here earlier in the day, said this is the sock of the day so far. Last couple of Mondays, we've had good runners. INHD 2 Mondays ago, RG&T last Monday. Here we are yet again with another big barn burner type of mover. Now back up to 1875. So now you got to think about three points overall since this bounce play. This is going to bounce again at this area. So if you like to trade and you want to take another bounce play, this is it. It's somewhere right around 16 is it. This may ramp and maybe halt up again. Could form that cup and handle and bust and go. Only way I would trade this, like I said earlier, if you're just now joining, only way I would trade this again is if this halts up, and I'd want it to be over high of day, truly, but I'd want to see a big gap up. Halts up at, even just say halts up at 2350, but gaps up at 2485. Massive gap up, rips, and then what I'm anticipating, and I'll sit back and wait, is if it's halted up, I'm going to wait to see if we do get that gap up. And if we do, I'm jumping back on the mic because I'm saying, guys, this has had a huge gap up. If this rips right into another halt up, I'm going to jump right in because we're most likely going to gap up and go into another halt up. So this is on high watch here still. All right. Myron, you were 89%. Yeah, it's dude. Well, don't trade a lot. That helps. Don't trade a lot. That helps. But, it's just sitting back and waiting for those setups that you're and when you have more confidence too, right? So but yeah, we've definitely killed it throughout the years on the bounce plays or the breakout. Like even earlier, you go back and look at NXTS and the entry, on the halt up, haven't seen it since. And the bounce plays on top of it, we've talked about. Same with EHG Go, where I told you guys EHG. I said 450 to 430. I said 35 to begin with, and I said that's more 445, but it really in the end was kind of 435. But got a large caps, micro, call out swing plays, right? Whatever. It's trust me, like I said, I've said it for years, long enough to I know you remember. I want to be the best charter ever. Now, will I really be known and recognize that? Not to everybody, but to some people, that's the cool thing. They would say that, or at least put me up there with them. So I'm not going to be the one that knows all these different, this, that, and no. But charts, you see it when I see a chart and then I know the numbers that they go to. That would be like my mutant gift of stock trading, where like I put my finger on the mouse and I hover over a chart and I'm like, here's where it's going to go to. Here's what it's going to do. All right, I'm taking the break for now. Love you guys. Good morning again. Yeah, it's good. It could have been great. It could have been honestly superb, magnificent. Just fat finger Josh today. Fat finger Josh. All right, back in a bit. Put some jams on. I wore the green underwear. I wore the green shirt to match. They're almost very similar color. It worked out. I need to go back to my green Lucky Undie Mondays. Lucky Undie Mondays. Lucky Undie Mondays. I guess I like that. Lucky Undie Mondays. Look at the resistance line coming into play. Back in a bit. Lucky Undie Monday continues in just a bit.
If we do, we can entertain the possibility of a nice higher low here and the possibility of a much bigger W. That would be looking like, let me show you, like a pullback from the 760 level. We find a nice buyer at the 722. This was a previous breakout. We run it all the way back up to get anybody stuck in this sell-off out scot-free. So we call this a mitigation block, essentially a big move down and a big sharp move up to get anybody trapped out. After that, we will see the selling pressure of all of these trapped buyers when they exit, and that's what this day is looking like. That's probably what this day is follow through as well. But essentially, we're seeing digestion of this kind of big washout and recovery. Ideally, we're looking for the higher low, like I said, for a W pattern. That could be here. We could need to dig just a little bit deeper. But either way, we want to see stabilization somewhere pretty soon, if not today here, then after maybe one more red day in this 740 handle. That's where I'd really like to see it. With the idea being that this whole thing becomes a base to push much higher. If we do get this, then we'll take our fib here from the lower low to the middle of the W. We will project this on upwards and outwards, and we'll be looking for our next leg up spot. Finish right around 790, 780 to 790. Let's see. Sorry, I hear a little bit of audio in the background. I want to make sure nothing's coming through on my side here. But yeah, guys, I think that we have a potential really nice long swing setup getting on our hands here. It's just a matter of when we catch. Oh, who's that? Come on in. Come on in. Who's that?
What's up, brother? How you doing? Can you hear me? Oh, let me get some mic changes here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, messing with me now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. I see what you're trying to do to me. I see what you're trying to do to me here. How about now? Oh, man, now they're really messing with Josh. Now they're really messing with Josh today. Okay. Still nothing? Oh, man, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Let me know if you can hear Steve.
Audio on AV Lux to where I couldn't hear you. I knew you were talking. I knew you were good. But for whatever reason, I could not get your audio, and I was having to change through all the different speaker sources, and finally found the right one. Good.
There we go. Hey, it's just whack-a-mole. Joe's over here like, I can hear you both. You sound great. What are we doing? So I love it. Keeping it sharp.
Yeah,
Pops hears both of us. I think we're good.
Yeah, couldn't hear you. Now I hear you loud and clear, my man. So how's the day been?
It's been all right so far. A little bit slow. We were just going over it. Let me get on into this daily chart here. We were looking at an hourly. Let's look to a 5-minute. So far, bullish in the morning, hitting a big wall and selling off pretty hard. So 750 is going to be our big pivot that we need to capture on the upside. We were trying to carve out a base here, a higher low on SPY in the past 5 minutes. It looks like we might be cracking a little bit to the downside. Oh, I'm seeing there we go. Now you can see. Sorry, let me adjust my window here because it seems like you're not seeing all of it, guys. How about your day, Josh? How's yours going?
Good. I was going to say we're getting close to it already. Smash that like button. 50 likes on today's live stream. We'll do a 25K eval giveaway. So you haven't smashed that like button. Smash, smash, smash away. Got some live one-on-one battles tomorrow. If you want to face me, Jesse, tomorrow we'll be going head-to-head. Maybe we'll get Steve in the mix one of these days too as well. You never know. Steve can climb on in to face one of you guys. And what we need you to face off again. So if you want to face against us, sign up, the link right there in the chat today. And Joe, how we doing? Tac Pops Mafia, Nigel, Aussie, how we doing? And so yeah, I'm thinking we're about to crack and go to new lows here. I mean, we've been knocking down low, and really we've been knocking on that channel above it. But every time we do that and we come back to what is low of day versus, I just feel like we're going to crack and go. I just feel we're going to crack and we're going. Yeah. I just feel it. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to happen, but we're not looking pretty right now. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Josh, do you think we could flip to your screen when you do have it ready, just for a second? Because I wanna get this a little more refined so you guys can see my time axis on the right here in my volume profile. So let me know when you can pull that up. Until then, we will work with what we have here. But in general, I think you're right. And we have a little presentation here. Once I have my full screen, I'll show you this. But Josh, I got a little I whipped something up for us here that I want to show you.
Yeah, I'll get mine sharing here. Hold on one sec. I'll get mine going and rocking, brother.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, I hear a ghost in the background. Who's this?
Alejandra's here.
Who's this?
Here, okay. Hello. Sorry. Is Ayush around?
You almost forgot about me.
Well, no, I thought Ayush was here to maybe add you in. I didn't know. I'm over here trying to get stuff pulled up. We're all over the place.
It's okay. It's okay.
I thought you were the ghost of Eevee Mix because we're having some gremlins in the machine today.
Now,
how you doing, Alejandra?
If I would have heard that dog bark, then I would have known exactly who it was. Because I would have said, "Let's ring the doorbell." A few more times.
She's barking right now.
Yeah, it's because I did the doorbell. I'm so sorry. It wasn't even Josh. Usually it is.
It was you?
It was me. It was an unmalicious doorbell. I just wanted to let the people know.
Ella, come here. She's hilarious.
Hey, she's just trying to hold it down. She's protecting the household. What's her name?
Ella.
Ella. Okay, that's a good dog name. Alejandra, do you like naming your pets people names too?
Well, I only have one pet, so I guess.
Okay, well, one for one. That's pretty good.
She's like, I only have one pet.
I only name my animals people names.
I mean, hello. I'm having internet issues too as well, so hold on. I'm trying to get my screen to pull up here. Mine's just now. I was getting the circle.
No worries. I got the screen for now. We'll make it happen, Captain. But yeah, there's something in the air today.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up mine too. Oh, here we go.
All right, here we go. I
had a great morning. In case anyone cares.
You said you had a good morning, Alejandra?
Yeah, I had a great morning. I took 3 baller trades on live.
Ooh,
I caught the
nice.
drop. I called out the drop, yeah. And then it was fun doing the 1v1 with Dave this morning. That was cool.
Oh, awesome. How did that go? Did you win?
I did not win. It wasn't against me. It was somebody against Dave, and Dave lost.
I see. Oh no, not Boxy Dave. That's gonna be good to review. I'm excited. Something he saw, and if Boxy Dave's wrong, I want to know exactly why, so I can add that to my repertoire too.
Ooh,
he was going long. I said, "Why are you going against the trend?"
So was he long pre-market or after the open?
It was literally at 8 because we were having technical difficulties. So after we figured it out, they finally jumped on, and yeah, it was a quick trade. Yeah.
Gotcha, man. Because I was considering, are we going to squeeze? And then I took this short too, but I sold very early. I sold into VWAP for most of it, and I sold the last into 740. I think 747 or 747.50. So I wanted to ask you, what was your entry and what was your exit as well? I wanted to know what you saw and why you. I'm sure you traded this better than me because you were bearish on the outset, and I was just looking for the little move. So I wanted to know what kept you in until you did get out.
Is there a way that we can see my entries and exits on Black Arrow?
If you share your screen, yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Let me know if you can get that working. You'll be going to your pro scenes on the left side. Find an Alejandra. We should have one in there for you. Oh, in this room, maybe we haven't set that up yet.
Yeah, I don't think we've set it up yet. We need to get that set up. I thought it would be up by now, but I will start yelling at people saying, "You better get it up for Alejandra."
Josh, I can do it after this. I know how to do it. I just can't do it live.
You guys can't share, you guys can't put my screen right now on that screen?
No, I apologize. What I can do is you can tell me your entries and I can mark them out live here on the NQ chart.
I don't remember because the marks are not here. I don't know how to put the marks.
Yeah, I wish we could.
Oh, wait, I do see the little screen. Maybe I can really quickly make that bigger. Let me
I mean, you can add it too there. I'm like, I don't know how we make it bigger though. We can make it
Oh,
big
what
for
about
all of us.
settings? And then studies. No, I can't.
I believe in you guys to figure this out real quick. I'm just going to let people know what's happening with the spy. It's a whole lot of nothing. We're going back and forth. So we are trying our very best. Bulls are trying their very best to hold this high or low. And apologies, my ratio's off. There we go. You can see it now. So essentially, we tried to do this little downtrend line setup, break. We're back testing right now. The bulls are getting worn out here, guys. They have been really having their patience worn thin. Was that a good Wahoo? Did we get somewhere?
I know. I was just saying Zaboos. So yeah, the bulls. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's kind of like saying go. I don't know. I was just throwing some extra commentary in there. You know.
No, that's a new one. I like it. Where my mind went was, did anybody watch Zaboomafoo as a child? Are you familiar with this?
I've not remember that.
No?
I've heard of that one. No, actually, no.
Oh man, you're always there with my references.
What channel was this one on?
So this was going to be, I believe, like, it wasn't NPR, but it was something like that. You know, it was like one of those children's programming ones. I believe. All I know it was a lemur. He talked. We had a good time. I believe it was like Jeff Corwin. It was like American Steve Irwin meets kind of Sesame Street or something. It was a banger. Highly recommend you check it out.
I bet if I saw like a piece of it, you know, like if I played it, I'm like, oh, I remember that, you know, like because there were just so many cartoons back. Well, there still are now, but you know. This
was like live action though. It was like a puppet. That's why I remember. And then they also had like a live actual lemur, and they'd like go back and forth. It was kind of trippy. I don't know. They had us on some weird stuff in the 90s.
I know, yeah. Well, even in the 80s, there were some shows, bro. There were Avery, I forgot, put on some. I forgot. I'd have to look it up now. It was something about peanut butter. I forgot what it was called. I was like, what did you throw on? And then after that, we watched The Labyrinth, which we've seen before. But yeah, I mean, no, bro. There were some movies.
Is Labyrinth with David Bowie?
Yes.
That is a trip. That is like an acid trip in a movie right there.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, exactly, right. That one was crazy. Back to what I was saying with the spies thing. We're just on the channel, though. Speaking of channel plays, we'll just real quickly, I do want to show you this, because I don't think it's done yet, but it could be soon. That's NXTS. Speaking of, right? We're in this nice little consolidation zone, but we're looking a little weak here. But we have been consolidating overall. Thought maybe we're going to form a little inverse head and shoulders. You can see there's shoulder 1, there's head, there's shoulder maybe 2 coming. I don't know that it's coming. We're coming back down to the head here, which is 1350. We'll have a couple more rounds of support, one at 1250 and one at 1150. But I've went over this over the past few weeks, and especially with you guys here on the live stream, what we saw, say, last couple of Mondays ago, INHD, right? So we go back to INHD. We'll just go to a 4-hour time frame on as well, because it's been a couple of weeks ago now. Gee golly, if you go back to the 4-hour time frame, you don't see anything else that's done here recently. We'll go to the 15 to show a little bit of chart. Oh, that's right, because it's T12. Duh, Josh, at T12. So a couple of Mondays ago, this went Banana Joe's from 1 to 65. Then last Monday, we went to RG&T. Right? Yeah, we went to RG&T. There she is. And this one had a pretty fun, good run here from 1 up to 16. These were in market, so they made huge moves in market. Well, today we have another big mover. That's why I was telling traders in my lobby, well, you move a lot in pre-market, you probably won't move as much in market. Now, we still got some good movement in market on the way up today. So you can see in market, we can see let's go back so we can see this a little bit more cleaner. We did run from 11 all the way up to 22-ish or so, 23. So we made some good moves yet again today. So Monday's been our big runner. Now, what are we seeing, though? As the days go by Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, these players are not holding up and they're giving back their gains. And this is going to be a telltale sign that we're already getting back to that already today. And I'm betting this play finds its way back to pre-market highs, maybe before this lunch recap is done for the day. But NXTS, again, Monday. So my point being, guys, next Monday, anticipate yet another runner. I bet we get it.
I like it. Yeah, these.
My dog is yelling at me to take her out to go pee really quick, so I'll be back.
All right.
You heard the boss. All right, we got WM in the chat. Can't stop watching. MU, let's go. How's it doing here? I'm glad that you're excited by this price action. For me, it's just trading sideways in a range. I do think it's bullish. I do think we're going higher. I mean, if you're a swing trader, of course you can't stop watching. What a beautiful. We're at 1200. I mean, Josh, this is far and beyond where I was expecting, and I was being called crazy. I was thinking
Really?
1,000 might be the top. Here
I
we are,
got you.
20% higher.
I said 12. I had a feeling this would see 1250. Um, I really think it's going to 1500, and I think SanDisk is going to 2500. So now
Yep.
over those levels, then I'll start to go, wow, we really are starting to get up there. And I mean, we already are. But I think at that point, then I'm never going to be surprised. I've seen plays do
Yeah.
crazy stuff, but that will be that's my expectation. So if we get to like, say 2000 on MU, and one guy on one of our after hour stream that one, remember he said 4K on S&D for SNDK. So we'll see if SanDisk gets to 4K.
Yeah.
MU though, yeah, I knew 1000 was in check. I had a feeling on that entry, back to what we talked about back on my Cinco de Mayo call out. And then 1250 possibly, but it was 875, 1000, then 1250, and then maybe 1500. Then other than that, then we're good to go. I mean, look at ARM. I mean, ARM as well. AMD. I mean, look at the moves they're continuing to make. So yeah, there's a lot of just continuation on these large caps, and exactly. Let's see. The witch on the broom was what was that?
On the broom.
But yeah,
You're talking. Well, it was witching, the quad witching.
Yes,
Or
exactly.
triple.
Yes. My
How many
earnings
witches?
are Wednesday. It's gonna be, so MU earnings. Yeah, MU. I said but
Yep.
MU earnings are Wednesday. I know I'll be there. I'll see if Jesse and maybe Alejandro, anyone else wants to join for that. So the more beautiful faces on the stream. But it will be a fun one.
I'm very
Wednesday.
excited. And Josh, just to recap, because you can't call tops on these. You can't call tops. So I was saying 1K, that was pushing it on the way up when we were squeezing. Then we did the healthy pullback to the moving average. As I always say, I'm never smarter than these bad boys. I wait for this to respond. It does. Bada bing, bada boom. We are now up at the 2.61 target. This is usually where I say things get stretched. But why? Why should it have to? Those were the old fibs from this breakout that we were targeting. Okay, but since then we've reloaded. So now I can redraw my fibs from our new little range extension here. Let me reverse these. And now we get new targets to the upside, along with our little channel that we're starting to form here, along with our really high time frame fib extensions as well. Makes me think, hey, this thing's gearing up for, we're almost already at the 1.6 here of 1250. I think that we tag that. I think we consolidate for a day or two, wait for these this Bollinger Band to let us expand and give us more room to the upside. Because right now, that's what I see. We're capped to the upside, basically by probably the weekly Bollinger Bands, and we're going to be holding the daily Bollinger Bands to the upside. Yeah, as I do this live, just looking beautiful, and watch for the hold of this Bollinger Band as the squeeze continues here. And I think we see, geez, man, this can just keep going. I'm done calling tops. I'm just going to say higher until I don't think higher.
Yeah.
There you go.
I love it. Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna say, like I said, 2,500, and then after that, then we'll just keep going with numbers and what we think we can get to after that. But I really do 2,500 think that's in the bag. Now, the key caveat, yes, Wednesday. I think that could be the thing, and what earnings and how do we react to that? Because we could see a big pull. We're up and away. Do we see that move back down close to 1K? Well, if we do, then we're definitely not going to be moving to 1,500. Or, yeah, 1,500. I keep saying 2,500 because of SNDK. But, yeah, 12.5 and then 1,500 coming up next for MU. But, yeah, I mean, I could see the pullback maybe back to 1K. So then maybe we don't get to 1,500 as fast as I anticipated. But, we're chef kisses away essentially from 1,250 at this point. So, in my opinion, like we've talked about, we're close enough. That's touching 1,250. But yes, Wednesday's gonna be fun. That's good. This is gonna be a big one, I think, and I really feel too. We're gonna get a lot of views. I think this is obviously as much and as big as this one's been, as much as it's up. I think it's gonna be another big after hour stream for us come Wednesday, Steve. So hopefully,
I'm ready.
Smashing that like button. I remember Josh's call 1K now. Yeah, well, right. Yeah, Tack. Yeah, that was forever ago.
Yeah.
And even like ARM, which I extended ARM right that one day that I brought that up on my live stream earlier, where ARM, we were talking about that one day it was going 300. It was up around 285 on the live stream. And Money Mitch was, buying way up here. I was like, it's going to 300. There's 15 points right there, though, Money Mitch. And he's kind of saying how risky it is. And I'm like, hey, it's, and then Tack Room was like, I was like, it's going to hit 300. I was like, I don't think it's going to stop there. I mean, that's Steve's number already. And I was like, I'm going to go ahead and just overextend it. If I say we get 500 by summer, like his was 3. Like he said, he was like you were saying, like you weren't giving the AK crazy numbers, and I was like, I'll go crazy numbers. We could see 500 by summer at this point, and we're all over it. I mean, and that's why I think that's why I was saying SanDisk originally my numbers on that single mile caller or 1K minimum. I think this could get to 1500. And SanDisk to me was, I think at the time was 2K minimum, and then could get up to 2500. Where I think those were the numbers, if I'm not mistaken, I gave out. I'm pretty sure they were. So, and here we go. Just let's see, too much skew on micro coin flip. Oh yeah, and any of these plays we're talking about, you should already be in. That's why everyone's always, hey, what's the next one? What's the next one? Because these plays are up so far already. There's just, really, there's no point to. Unless you just have, F off money as they call it, and you can just you can do it. Sure, let's just then maybe this does go to the moon. Other than that, you go find the next one. Or definitely wait for these to have some sort of really big pullback. And yeah, DRAM, right, Steve? DRAM, whatever you call it, but DRAM has just been nonstop. Of course, it's the cumulative of Micron, SanDisk, or whatever, all these put together. And being an ETF, I wish I would have been smart enough, thinking, Josh, hello, this is the play. If this is the cumulative of all of them, you know where this is going to go too, right?
Hey, you got the number 2 though. It might not be the SanDisk, but Micron, that was the number 1. It never really dropped. It literally never dropped. It's over a double. So I don't know. I think you're doing better than DRAM, the ETF, which is bagged down by some of the ones that just aren't as explosive. Yeah. I love that you played the leader. Honestly, I wouldn't trade. You want to trade? You want to trade? Because I have DRAM.
No, I'm good. Yeah,
you've been doing better.
Yeah, I'll take mine. Yeah, for sure. It's been money and. Just being a part of, because that's the thing. I think we're going to get more of them. So just being a part of one of them has, it's. And I think this week, just looking at that setup overall in MU, and I was looking at it just the way it looks. I think MU, the way it's pushed back on up here most recently today, right, and up to those highs, it's kind of leveling off and getting a little choppier. But the way it's kind of pushing back up into highs here, we could see that 1250. Obviously it's only Monday, so we could see more than 1250 by week's end, but. It really looks like it wants to magnetize into those fib areas. And of course, just that round number I always see a lot. So MU, love to keep going. Love looking at it too.
Beautiful. And I just kept this arm on my screen. I didn't want to cut you off there, but I just wanted to show you guys. This is why you don't call tops. Even if it's at 280, like Mitch said, it was overextended. But like Josh said, it's got a lot of room. And that's because this thing has a 4-month base that it's building out. So for 4 months, this thing was trading sideways in a range while the rest of chips were showing their dominance. ARM is never a bad company. ARM was just held back by market mechanics, by being so largely held by one entity in SoftBank, there's just a lot of, big participants that are really going to be what moves this thing, and that can kind of keep it capped if they're selling consistently at the same level, this 170, 175. Once it broke through, there's nothing that's stopping this train. You can see that massive volume shelf on the right here that it's pushing up on out of there. And so, yeah, I think this was always the target, 450. And remember, these targets can always just get readjusted up, 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 up. This is just the impulse move target. So, I thought this was going to be this year. As it goes, these things, you never can predict how fast they move, and you never can predict how high they go. All you can say is the larger the base, the higher the space, baby. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, we're going to look back and possibly have another MU on our hands, or whatever. It's another, it's SanDisk and then MU, and then maybe we get an ARM and A, like they just kind of fall right there in line and start doing the same thing. And next thing we're seeing, ARM, this is like, oh guys, that's the next one. This is, like when it was in the 700s or whatever it was, like Micron was. I'm like, all right, like I'm gonna load into this one a little bit. Here we go. I'm already, I'm gonna load back into this. So I would not be surprised. It's just you get that momentum. It's just crazy. Look at the TCGLs of the world. I know there's with Yappy and Halt's the one I was in, but I've seen it like even today. NXTS going from 4 to 24. You just get that momentum, and it just keeps going and going and going and going. And you're like, okay, how much more does this have left in it? I'm like, well, that's why I never try to short the tops, because you just never really know. Because you look at that double top, you would think, okay, today we're going to have, at pre-market from Friday, go back to like a couple days ago. If you look at like, you try to short any of that pre-market or is that after hour, it could be after hours highs there, but you just got walloped if you try to short into that resistance area today. It just kept going and going and going. And you would think,
Right,
oh
right,
yeah,
right.
yeah, like you go, oh, yeah, I'm gonna short it right there at that big reversal and that big upper shadow, and then it explodes right through it. So I just never
Right.
like doing it that often. I like it more defined when you
Absolutely.
find like large caps, mid caps that will find the double tops that are more easier to trade. But for small caps or the plays that have a lot of momentum, like those large caps or the mega caps like Micron, Arm, SanDisk, just be careful shorting the tops, because you think, oh, this is going to be the top, then this happens, and then you've got to wait forever for it to come back down to your entry price if it doesn't blow your account on the day.
Right, right, right. Yeah, you just never want to be against the trend. And usually, if you find yourself betting against the trend, going, this is too high,
Yeah.
you're really just sad that you missed getting in long, you know? And it's okay to miss things long, but that is not a good reason to short them, you know? That's what I keep telling people and I'm sure you hear this a lot in the small cap space, where it's like, oh, I didn't catch this double. Well, now it's got to be a short, right? Right, Josh? Right, Josh? We're shorting it, right, Josh? It's like, no, chill. It can double again. You know, DRAM can double again. I'm not calling tops. I stopped selling. You know, I have too little. I sold way too early multiple times. But that's what happens in retrospect on these leading market plays. You never expect them to do this thing unless you're just a genius. But I'm not that smart. I'm not that smart. I just know what looks
Hold
good.
on. Well,
Pops.
if you're not that smart, then why do we have you on the live stream here? All right,
Well, it's a great
let's
question.
fire this
Probably
guy.
because
Let's
I'm
fire this guy on
honest
the
and
spot.
charming, Josh. Not too hard on the eyes. Every once in a while I get something right, and
Hey,
I think that's where the
you
bar is, my
are
friend.
amazing, my friend. You are amazing. See, what's
No.
crazy? Just speaking of this, because I just want to get back to the World Cup, predict the World Cup matches. Don't forget about that. We're still doing that. Where you
Oh
can
yeah.
predict the World Cup matches. I know it's almost over with, at least for us, and the Trading World Championship and that first round before we enter the knockout stage, and those are the matches that you can vote on. Not the knockout round, but the matches leading up to it. Essentially, group stage, right? Great matches this weekend. If you guys watched that, seemingly it was just Friday, and we're on the Friday night live stream and doing that week recap. And the 50 likes have been a big thing too here for us recently. So I know we'll continue that into Power Hour. Steve today, yes, Power Hour for all you lovers of Power Hour commentary with Steve. The Steve Anato will be back in Power Hour again. Get the 50 likes on the live stream. 25K eval giveaway. Sorry, got the dogs and they're barking and yapping and Avery's doing her thing. So smash that like button. Whether you like this live stream, maybe you hate this live stream. But ooh, what? I get a 25K eval? Hold on, what'd you say to me? So, yes, 50 likes on today's live stream. Steve, we'll be doing a 25K eval giveaway later. And Steve's going to get hyped. Steve's going to come back with a tank top. And have you ever seen Steve's guns? Yeah, he's hiding some guns over there. And then he's going to say, oh, yeah, brother. And he's going to rip his little shirt, his little tank top in half. And he's going to show off his manly chest hair and say, you want crowbar Steve? There she is. She's back. That's all you got to do. To know when Ollie's in the background, you just got to get her to laugh. And there she is. We won't ring the doorbell this time, Alejandro. And by the way, we already have your screen share up. So whenever you want to share your screen, we got you ready.
Okay, share it.
Okay, boom, share it. Boom, you asked for it, you get it then. Boom, there you go.
I left the short running on gold.
You what?
Oh.
I left the short running on gold.
Ah, she says I love to short the gold.
You just short everything, huh? I see. I respect that. All
right. So watch on number 2.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't gonna trade this morning because I banked last night on Asia right at market open.
Hold on, you robbed a bank last night? What?
I nailed the short on M&Q last night, Asia session, and when I opened it this morning, I had a feeling that it was gonna go get attracted to this fair value gap here to these highs, and I told the chat that if we inverted, I'm gonna look for the rejection under it to take a short, but I hesitated. I didn't take it, and I'm like, okay. There's a lot of weakness, and it's inverting this order block. So I entered at the retest, and I sold at the order block here.
Okay.
Nice. That's clean. So you were looking for the bigger. What kind of time frame were you looking at for that target to the downside?
The hold on, I'll tell you in just a sec.
Yeah,
I think it was the 1 hour.
Okay.
1 hour. Okay, nice. Yeah, I'm just looking right now, and yeah, I see. Basically, that was I see the from like Sunday, like the 20 and 21 hours. Those kind of order blocks. That
Yeah.
overnight level. Yeah, I like that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, I sold so early, Alejandra. I was in very cleanly, like within a few
I
minutes of the
heard.
high.
Yeah.
I was out
We're
half
we're
at
gonna keep going.
VWAP.
We're gonna keep going down lower to the 300s. Oh, as soon as we break this level here.
It does look weak, doesn't it? It just cannot find juice off of this. I was thinking that it's the right level for a bounce. We just aren't seeing the bounce.
Juice.
Here we go.
No juice.
No, it's probably gonna come down and take this sell side liquidity down here, and probably even maybe I don't know if today or not, but if we go to the 15-minute time frame, I could see. I can't see the gap fill here, but I know there's still a gap that needs to be filled on my Thinkorswim. If you have Thinkorswim, right?
Yeah, I do. Let's see. What are you? Well, for me on SPX, there's an hourly gap down to 7,432. So ES, that would be.
Yeah, 7433. I have it.
What would that be on ES? Yeah. Same spot. That's interesting. It actually lines up because that's when the contract roll was, I guess. That was when the
Right
contract
now,
roll
it's
was.
sitting right on top of that gap. So as soon as we lose it, we're gone. We're gone.
Where are we going?
Or it holds. I mean, the
Anywhere.
hourly has posted 4 nice bottom wicks. I can't be mad at these hourly candles, and that's the one thing that's keeping me like. I still think we have room down. Everything you're saying is true, Alejandra. Why are there buyers every hour here? Either they get flushed, and this is just like that. Instead of dead catting quicker but higher up, or just correcting sideways. Just
Look at
trading
this
flat.
beautiful drop on gold. Sorry.
No, absolutely. Let me take a look.
I'm
Oh,
moving
yeah.
my risk into profit.
Dude, we were just looking at this, and I was just about to ask you: do you think it's at an inflection point here, or this is the entry to short? Because I was seeing that either double top or it was coiling under VWAP. I guess we got our answer. Wow, nice hold.
Yeah, thank you. Where did I enter? I entered right here, right as I got on the screen with you guys, and then I wanted to hold it for just this low down here. So let me just put this line just to see if it'll hold it there. Otherwise, what I'm looking for is this level down here.
Yeah, I could see that.
But why did I even choose this level? Oh, maybe because of these lows down here.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I like if you look the other side where you were at, it was kind of like a order block where it was a sharp kind of V. Yeah. The last fake move down exactly that turtle soup kind of move before it broke. So when that broke the prior swing high, which is right about where your take profit is right now, I think that's an area to watch too.
Yeah, I should take profits here just in case.
It could be a higher low, but I think your read's pretty good here. It looks heavy to me. I think that we get
Yeah,
the
it looks pretty heavy.
lower reach.
Yeah, I would like to see this area down here get taken.
Are you in one or I can't see how many contracts you're in.
Oh, look at this nice head and shoulder too, though. Do you see this?
That's what I'm saying. It's got good structure. Well, bad structure, but good for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you guys flat or are you in anything?
I'm flat. I'm in my swings, but I'm pretty tired today. I caught the short, and then I'm just like, man, my contracts, I sold them for 50% on average. Some a little earlier, some a little longer. They went to 5 bag, so I'm just chilling. I don't want to make do a dumb thing because I'm like, saw money go without me,
I'm over here Googling if turtle soup actually had turtles in it, and it does, and I don't know right now. So
that's why do you think we call it that, Josh? Come on now.
I honestly thought it was one of those things that it was just like turtle soup because it had like, I don't know, like some peas and carrots, and I don't know, it's like vegetable soup but different. I don't know, man, but maybe
No, that makes sense. You know those turtle? What is it? There's like a kind of like brittle toffee type thing that's called like peanut butter turtles or something.
Yeah.
There's no turtles in that.
You know what I'm saying?
So,
yeah, I thought it was like, for real, because I've heard it for years, and I was like, maybe so. Okay, it makes sense. And it has like a Louisiana thing, which like frog legs is big here in the South, and I just can't eat frog leg, but some people like them. If that's your thing, people go eat squirrel and they like it. Listen, I'm just a classic beef pork, chicken, turkey, fish guy. Okay, you give me those,
There.
and I'm good to go.
Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. I feel that. I've had squirrel is like it tasted like rabbit. It was like very gamey. It was like okay, it's fine, whatever. Frogs actually tasted like chicken. They were pretty dang good.
Yeah,
I could do that
depends
again.
on how they're cooked in the seasoning. Yeah, I will say fleece frog legs for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, the legs.
Yeah, are definitely. Well, I don't know what else you'd eat in a frog. Honestly, maybe
Yeah.
there could be more going on there. But frog eyes, you don't eat frog eyes, man. I'm like, yeah, but I don't know. But yeah, no, frog legs. Yeah, very not bad, not too bad. Now again, am I ever going to order it again? Now that I'm older, no. I would much rather just give me some oysters. Some shrimp, something. I don't know. When I'm going for appetizers, I'm just thinking or gumbo. When I'm thinking if there were frog legs on the menu, what else would be on an appetizer menu, right? So,
what about some fried okra, something like that?
Down, done.
Yeah,
Throw it
nice.
in there. Loaded sweet potato fries, down. Throw them in there. Some
Getting
nachos. Throw them in there. Alejandra taking pictures over there saying, "Come join the live stream." Yeah, so Alejandra, first off, how is it now getting up? You got to get up all day, every day now. You're getting the opening bell now, becoming the streaming machine over there. How's that been going for you?
You know what? I thought it was going to be harder than I thought because, like last night, I only slept 4 hours, and I don't know, maybe because I'm excited to make money. That's probably why it's not affecting me. And I take breaks in between, so like I'll take like 20-30 minute naps, and then I'll sleep like 2 to 3 hours sometimes after market, after the gym. First I'll go to the gym, and then burn out all my energy, and then come home, take a shower, eat, and then knock out, and then I do it all over again at night, and then I do it all over again the next day.
That's actually pretty similar to me. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, having that West Coast,
it works until it doesn't, and then I need burn out for a day or two sometimes. But
yeah, but on the weekends I'll sleep in until whenever.
Yeah.
But those like signs that say eat, sleep, trade, gym, repeat. Like that's literally like, I'm not kidding. I'm like that every single day. Sorry, Pops Mafia was asking how they can watch me trade live. So I trade live on Trade the Pool at 10 Pacific time, but I trade from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. on Fivers. So maybe we could drop a link on the chat somehow.
Yeah, well, and your link you can always drop in there too as well. You can put your link in chat if you want to on the EV Mux. Yeah. So you just go to the EV Mux, and on the left-hand side where it says comments, you just go right on over there, honey sugar, and you just put it in there and say Alejandra's Discord. Alejandra, anyway, whatever you want to put in there, and then yeah, boom, they can follow you. Pop says, how can we watch Alejandra trade because he wants to get mesmerized watching you with those braids and those glasses on every day. That
is not what he said.
I think he did. I think yeah. You just didn't read in between the lines there in the letters. I did. Shaw, I'm just kidding. Shaw, pre-made ramen soup from Chow. Love some ramen, man. Robin's great. Avery makes some good ramen. This is so good. Texas Squirrel, no, nice muffaletta. Yeah, muffaletta's good.
I don't know how to put it on the chat.
A good quiche.
I got it. I'm putting that up right now. Here's the Fivers Futures one.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, and then
I don't have
you guys
your
can follow my IG. It's Alejandra Trades, and I post everything on my stories or
literally her name and add trades.
Yeah. And I always tell my team on my Discord, like when I'm going live, so you guys could join the free community and get all the notifications on there as well.
You still doing some TikToks?
Yeah, I'm still doing TikToks, just not last week as much as I wanted to, just because I had fitness classes and then the holiday and then Father's Day. So like I have a class tonight, so I was thinking of hosting my Discord class earlier. Because I have to drive to the city, and I'm gonna be back hella late. Yeah,
busy girl now.
If you're up at like 8:30 or 9 p.m., join my TikTok tonight.
Love it.
It'll be fun.
Good job. I will say though, you being on that West Coast, it's definitely you gotta fit that schedule in. It's definitely more of a schedule fitter versus it seems like more of the Central Time or definitely East Coast. Seems like East Coast kind of has it the easiest as far as kind of when they want to trade and then making a day of it versus you guys. You got to get up early if you want to trade the bell. It depends on It just depends on where you want to trade. So kudos to you guys out there on the West Coast for for not only as much streaming as you're doing, but the successful.
Steve, what about you? Like, how you been feeling stream? I mean, you don't stream that early, huh?
I do a few early ones. I do Wednesdays at 6 our time, 6.
Okay.
Filling in here and there at like 6 for like Mitch here and there. So I'm getting used to it more and more. I've been in building mode. I'm still like reticent to really start trading heavy again. I've just been trading small and it's been working, and I've been having a lot of time to work on. Well, not a lot, but my free time has been just being absorbed with building things to help make the trading even easier, make me have to spend less time in the market, and just make my time more efficient there. So although I am
Yeah.
salty that I missed a massive trade today, I did get a nice easy win, which if I do this every day, it's easy, low stress, not a lot of time in the market. So that's where my head's at mostly. In general, I like waking up early as long as I don't overtrade. Because if I just take one or two trades, I can have the mental power to be sharp, and then I can just go back to bed if I want to. I can do whatever. But
Yeah.
it's when I get like, if there's like indecision or chop on the tape and I'm up early, that's when it can get me in trouble. So I'm trying to just get in and out nice and surgical on these early plays because I'm up. I want to capture this liquidity, but I don't want to get caught with my pants down. So that's what I've been up to.
I see.
So
That
Steve,
makes
bring
sense.
Alejandro on Trader TV. I think that's gonna be all up to Trader TV. So I'm sure eventually down the line we need to start getting. We need to reach out to them honestly and get
What's
some.
Trader TV?
It's so funny. I'm
What's
just like
our-
you. Everyone's like, I was like that for the longest time, Alejandro. Like, because we're so busy. It was like, I don't watch other live streams, but it's a rather heavily watched live streaming. They really don't do like we're doing. They don't really do like a lot of trades. It's more like talking and going over stuff all day long. Some night Steve? Are they live Monday through Thursday, or are they live on Friday as well?
I believe Monday through Friday. And, they have certain times where they tend to trade more. Usually by the time that we're going on there, they're not actively trading because it's like, low liquidity in the afternoon kind of thing. So it's a nice balance. They got a good thing going there, and definitely a whole lot of people. So I know a lot of you guys have found us through our Trader TV connections there. Definitely want to keep on expanding that relationship because, man, they got some killers in the chat. I see them coming over here. They're making our traders better. We're bringing our killers over there. Everybody's getting better. That's what you love to see.
Who's Trader
like
TV? Who hosts it, or who?
A lot of different.
Well, it's like it's a big presentation. It's like the biggest, I think at least it was. I think it still is the biggest YouTube live trading show for now.
Oh, really?
Till
Are you
we
guys
get
in it?
going. But what's up?
Mitch and Michael Noss, Mitch, not Michael Noss, I should say Money Mitch and Michael Katz, the CEO, Gil, when they did the little U.S. tour, as they called it last October, like when I went to the Money Show in October, before they went to Orlando, they went to I think they're based in Canada, if I'm not mistaken. They pretty much built their own like CNN, like their own ESPN. Like they have a studio. They're like have different camera angles. They have different cameras. They have like they spent like some money on this studio essentially. It's really nice and set up for like, hey, this is the CNN of stock trading, or CNBC, so to speak. Think of it that way, right? And the way that's presented, that's how it looks on YouTube as well. So I'm too busy. I do my own thing. I live stream. I got one-on-ones. I don't have enough time. I don't want to listen to other people talk about stocks when I'm done. I just don't. I'd rather listen to someone talk about cooking, if anything else. Rather, I just listen. I'm done with stocks after I'm done yapping myself. But from people that don't
after I take two good trades, like I don't even want to see the chart.
Yeah, but for people like that aren't us, that like say if we didn't stream, like say old school us, it would be good for someone because it's just like putting the TV on and you're flipping through the channels, and you would want to watch that because you do want to watch stocks all day long or someone talk about stocks. So
wait, Steve, are you a part of Trader TV?
Well, I'm not like on their payroll or anything, but I'm a part of their larger family. I come on every week, and I love to.
Oh, that's
every
awesome.
Thursday, right, Steve?
Thursday at 2:45 Eastern time. So you can catch me there for 15 minutes right before I come back over here for Power Hour. They usually give me like a kind of lightning round. They hit me with like 20 questions in 15 minutes. So I'm like, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
I get to talk.
A lot of fun, a lot of active. It's really, like I said, it's really cool. It's I don't ever watch it. I mean, I'll watch it like when like he's on it, or I'll watch it here and there, like when Money Mitch is on it. Money Mitch is on there quite a bit. I would love to get on there. Hopefully they'll put my energetic ass on there. I would love that. I'm sure they would love me.
I'm pretty sure the views will go up as soon as you're on there.
But it's definitely I want to do that with us, where we have there's like Wolf Trading. There's a lot of other streaming services out there, and it's just like us. It's a bunch of good traders that traded a lot of different ways, and they come together to kind of represent essentially a company. So they're doing the same thing we are in a way, and so it was awesome to be a part of them and getting like Steve was saying, a lot of their viewers and their people that are in the comments are slowly coming over here. And of course, I'm sure almost everyone in our comments have watched them or watched have watched their live streams or still do continuously. But little family, trying to make our family bigger helps them. It makes it less boring to have them trading while you do. Yeah, for sure. They like the small caps, huh? Okay, well, come on, tell them to bring it on. I like all caps. Small caps, mid cap, large caps. I don't care what caps it is. You bring it on. I love it all.
Just give him a cap. Come on, just give him a cap.
I mean, I'm capping it. I don't really fix my
I was gonna say that. Just give him a cap.
Right? I don't fix the hair anymore. It's kind of growing out. Maybe when I get to the MacGyver stage, when it gets really long.
Okay.
We'll let
you can tell how good a trader is by how bad their hat hair is. Look at this hat hair.
Yeah.
We're rocking some. This is high level stuff, guys.
Braids yesterday, so.
Yeah, you got your hair.
It won't count if you wear hats. Don't worry.
You're looking good. Love the Trader TV. Yeah, there's Mark. Yeah, so a lot of people love Trader TV for sure. Yeah, so we're trying to get definitely get some more of us on there and some of them over here. Even just getting them over here so they can push. Hey, we'll be over on Trade the Pools live stream from. So yeah, this month has been a lot about the Trading World Championship. Don't forget, we have the one-on-one battles this whole week. So if you want to face me, Steve, Jesse, Money Mitch, right? The rest of the gang, you want to go one-on-one against us. We're giving away 25K evals if you beat us and 50K evals if you beat us, right? That's huge. 25 and 50K evals, we're giving those away if you beat us in these one-on-one competitions. The link is in the description, so sign up. We'll start those up again tomorrow morning with the link out there for you guys to sign up and say, hey, you want to beat us? Come up, and I want someone to beat me. Face me. Come on, bring it on. I wish I could beat Steve with his own crowbar, take it out of his hands, and we'd see how that finishes out. I'm just kidding.
Then, all right.
Yeah. Well, Steve, also, you got to give him all the giveaways we have. Steve's going to give away, because I imagine we get there. We get to 50 likes. Smash the like button on today's live stream. If we get to 50 likes, we're going to give away, or Steve's going to give away a 25K eval and Power Hour. So come back, Steve, back to Power Hour commentary today, and we will give away a 25K eval if you get 50 likes on the live stream. We're pretty much right there anyway. And then back to earnings Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So we have earnings Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Tuesday, Thursday, there's some decent there. Wednesday, of course, the banger. It's MU, it's Micron. I would imagine we get 50 points. That should almost be and could be a good topic on Wednesday for the lunch recap before we get into earnings with the two of you. How big does Micron run today? How big is it going to be? 50 points? Do we see a 100-point move? Do we see a 150-point move? We'll have to talk about that on Wednesday as well. I only have 10 minutes left for the day. I'm still on NXTS for me for the rest of the day for small caps. It's NXTS or bust. So NXTS for me, I'll be looking at that. Large caps, I'm still in kind of ugly territory. I trade them, but only when I see pretty charts. They will build some charts, but
Josh,
overall,
there's your prettiness. Sorry to interrupt, but I was just pulling up Micron. It's beautiful. That's a large cap. Sorry, carry on.
But let's pull up Apple.
MU is going crazy.
You got me there, Josh. But even then, looking kind of flaggy. I don't know. Might be time. I'm just being devil's advocate. Don't mind me.
Yeah, no, you're good. I just meant to start the day where they're at in charting wise. Now they could build a good chart in market for sure, but where they're at, I feel like besides Micron, I'm not going to day trade Micron or SanDisk. I think there's a couple ARM, AMD. There's a few others that have a potential push. Intel's another one we talk about, but the run of the mill. Let's go to Google. Let's go to Meta. Let's go to Microsoft. Let's go to Tesla. Ugly, fugly, mugly. In the middle of nowheresville, I would rather, wipe my butt with sandpaper than trade those. So, that's just how
let's not do that.
That's how I feel.
Josh, if we have a few minutes, I did get my little around the horn infographic loaded up. We could take a quick peek. Awesome. I'll whip it on over here. Shaboom. All right. here's what we got, guys. This is a little, I just want to get these little info sheets going a few times a week to give us a nice little snapshot of where we're at. Because it's all fun and games to ramble and yap like I love to do, but sometimes I can miss something here or there. So just having this kind of central little node to check back in on, I think it'll keep me honest and get us, make sure we're watching the right things at the right times throughout the week. So just to lead off, we got our major indices. We are right around 744.25, maybe 744.50 by now, up about 1/3%. So pretty muted headline number here, but the day's range tells a better story. So we opened, we really topped out essentially where we opened, and we haven't really gotten going. We're trying to hold this bid, but there are just not any real aggressive buyers here. On a 5-day trend, SPY's been in this kind of choppy range. We dipped hard midweek last week, bounced Thursday and Friday, and here we're mostly digesting that kind of quad witching, the multiple brujas. There's a lot of magic that we need to process. So we're still
The Brujas, my God.
the brujas.
My neighbor went at it yesterday.
I'm a multilingual talent here. That's one of like 7 Spanish words I know. So we have a little bit more strength on Qs here. Definitely more strength here. And actually, I want to double check and make sure. Is this number even right? Because holy moly. Yeah, no, it pulled a wrong number. I was like, what in tarnation? So we're going to not pay attention to the percentages there. What's more important is essentially we're just going to do it from here. We have some nice bifurcation of the sectors. We have communications down over 2.5%. We have XLY down 1.5% here, but there is some green coming in and holding things up. So what I'm seeing here is more of a rotation story in choppy tape. We'll go to an hourly chart here as well. So more of a rotation story in this 5-day choppy tape that we're talking about. Sideways action. We are trying to carve out a bottom here intraday. I'm not sure if we will yet, but just keeping an eye on this. Industrials, still green. We have financials actually kind of looking pretty good here over the past couple days here. And so oh, nice. This is kind of playing out, this old line here. So we're starting to kind of see the money kind of coming out of things that aren't semis. Semis still quite strong, I must say. No give back on semis, but everything else in tech is starting to come back, and we're starting to see that money kind of fill out in other sectors a little bit. This is not bearish for me. I think that we're just kind of stair-stepping and taking our time getting where we need to be. As long as the leaders are still leading, like semiconductors, which is absolutely the case with just big moves out of Intel pushing new highs. We have Marvell actually lagging a little bit, but still holding right up there at the top of their range. Big moves in Credo, one of our favorites in the space, finally breaking out today. And I'm not seeing that much weakness when I look around the sector. I'm seeing sideways consolidative action, and on some names, really solid moves here. VIAV, AAOI, others in the photonic space starting to set up here. I also still like Light, Lumentum, although it's being a little bit slower here. So as long as I'm still seeing these leaders lead, I'm looking for dips to buy. In terms of the actual market structure, let's go to SPX real quick, pull it on an hourly chart. Essentially, I think SPY will be a little easier. Essentially, we want to see a reclaim of the 748 level, roughly. 748 and really 750 gets us really going, but that's going to be zero gamma, 748. So until we get over 748, be a little careful buying dips. Once we find traction over there, I think we have a really nice stretch for us ahead next week. So we will check back in and see how this plan actually played out on Wednesday. But that's what we're looking for there. Next week, I will have numbers that are 100% accurate on those ratios as well, or percentages as well. Because that was a little deceptive. I was like, holy moly, is something happening? But alas, no 2% up move on Qs yet. Maybe tomorrow. Last thing.
Love it. Maybe tomorrow.
Sorry, what do you guys think about SpaceX here? How are we feeling on this washout? I was thinking maybe yesterday could be a little bit of a pop, get this next leg going, but since we couldn't get it, I'm starting to think it's got to just wash out first, and that's all she wrote. What do you guys think?
I think it might wash out too,
Mm-hmm.
because people like jump in on the hype, and then everybody jumps in on the IPO hike, and then I can't think right now.
No, it's okay.
And then, so as it hits a high, then now everybody's stuck bag holding, and I have a feeling there's going to be a bunch of bag holders.
Yeah, no, My
Huh?
only
Hold the
question,
bag.
do
Yeah,
you guys
I
think
agree
this
though.
thing... Sorry, Josh, what was
I was
that?
just saying holding the bag. She was saying, huh? She said holding the bag, but I agree holding the bag. I mean, they're definitely you're gonna have a lot of that, and then people adding in as it goes down, and so
Mm-hmm.
I say 150.
150? I kind of like that because here's my thought process. I think we go lower. I'm just wondering if there's enough volume and enough action in this name that it could really rip off of the 78 fib before that more follow through to the downside comes. Basically, can it hold this bottom of this shelf for the first tap here, or is it just going to flush? And I really don't know. I would like to see another pop to 173 ish and a rejection there, that last swing low. Just like when we washed out from 190 to 175, we had to whip back and test this previous low here at 187. I'd love to see a pop into a potential place to short here at 172.50 to 174, maybe 175. That's what I'm going to be looking for there.
All right, Pops Mafia is asking about BBAI, and I say BBAI, Pops Mafia has got 375 to about 365, crazy strong support. We're back down on that now. If we crack that, watch for a move back down to around 325, maybe even a tad lower. That was just go real quickly. I know we're going through charts, but here, go back over to mine. Right through this area, right? So you can see right through here, Mr. Pops Mafia, crazy strong support in this area. Now, if we crack that, she's heading back down into this area. Could find its way even back down to a touch of $3, but $323. That's got to hold though. This is going to be the key area for me in this area, right? We're going to have a lot of volume coming in over the next week or two in this area. May hold for a little less than that, but that's it, Mr. Pops Mafia. It's not like, and you go back to overall for BBAI, right? It's not like it's the best chart, I would say. You know, we've got this beautiful U shape, beautiful cup and handle that exploded for more right back over here, right? That was gorgeous. This is beautiful. There's your cup. Overall, even a W right there. You can see you could even see a little right there. There's your butt crack right here. Right, that's pretty. You go to the top of like as in neckline that Steve always says. We test it, fail a couple of times, 1 touch, 3 touch, 4 touch, 8 touch, whatever, however many knocks, and we explode. But since then, we've gotten to this choppier, uglier mess of a chart. We do have this beautiful downtrend that we could retest right back on up. So we see the downtrend. But this is the key. And if we don't hold this, we're heading back down to the low threes and maybe even possibly lower. So it's not as pretty as the form that we had earlier. And then we've gotten real choppy on the way down here to this kind of, in my opinion, failed inverse head and shoulders. The way I say it's failed, it did complete. There's your shoulder, there's your head, there's your shoulder. And we got above what? Again, the neckline for the move up. But just to go back up to this old support area that now becomes resistance. And so the resistance on the way up, key level's 440. Then again here at 475 into 485. And then the key, like key line pie would be 545, 550 area.
45, 550. I like that a lot. For me, I'm going to say my key is actually a little bit lower. For me, it's the 4 to 420. Let's go 420. Okay. So if we can reclaim the 420, then I think this thing can blaze it on up back to I think 6 to 750 is a safe kind of area to target. We've got a nice big volume shelf and a point of control right at that 402 actually, 402 up to that 420 handle. So that's the key level to reclaim. Until then, I think this is not looking so hot, and it looks like I think you called it. You said it's just kind of a mess now. It's just not clean. It's a mess. So you gotta get your act together, BBAI. Shape up. Come at me when you're back over 420. You know, that's what I got there.
He says, "Give me that 420, baby." I want
all I heard is 420.
Cali stoners.
Yeah, there we go. Hey, it's all good. Someone's got to be a stoner. Well, we can all be stoners. NBIS.
That's how you put up with other people who live in California, Josh. Yeah, right, you smoke a bunch of weed.
That beautiful chart. Speaking of actually beautiful, look at this old consolidation area of resistance becoming support multiple times. Resistance becoming support here. And then we just start doing that on the way up. Boom to boom, boom to boom, boom. And now it doesn't quite hold here. We do come back down and liquidate back down a little bit lower. NBIS, beautiful chart. I forgot who just asked about this, though. Who was that in chat asked about NBIS?
Marta B.
Marta, that's right, 788.7. This is all-time high, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how it wouldn't be. On the way back on down, this is overextended. Let's go 80. We're at 300. Just do the math. I mean, I doubt we'll see this 170 handle, but that's 170 to 190 would be your 50 fib area. 40, 50, 60.
Yeah.
That's it. That's where you want to be at, 40, 50, 60, right? And that's going to be this area. Now, do we see that? I doubt it. I would say I bet this old resistance becomes support as we're starting to come down a little bit lower. So this won't be support it's trying to be. I think we come down and do what we did here. Where you think it's going to happen here? Nope, we go a little lower. You think it's going to be here? Nope, I think we go down a little bit lower. So watch for that 230, 220 grab forward for a dip.
Josh, are you hacking my mainframe right now? What's going on, brother? Because you just sniped my
fibs in my head. They just live in my brain at this point.
Dude, you just sniped. You could pull up my screen if you just sniped my proprietary system, which I don't just give out willy nilly. You somehow managed to derive the exact two levels that it's dictating for the really deep, where I'd love to buy it, but like you said, I really doubt we get there. 167.38. But I always round up to the nearest big round handle. So I would say 170, that's the dip buy level there for loading the boat up, backing up the truck and just dumping money in this thing. But 230, 250, that's where I really think we would dip and catch if we do see a pullback. So I don't know what's in that thermos there, but you should keep drinking it. And
I only know that. Hey, every Sunday I get the crystal ball from Thanos. This just goes back to Thanos and of course Endgame, and I just always, took on, like when I started shorting, took on the dark side, of things. Like, all right, I'll be the bad guy. Everyone wants to be a good guy, I'll be the bad guy. And so I always jokingly said I get the crystal ball from Thanos on Sunday night. And so hey, it's Monday, so I should see it really, really clear and good. She knows, Alejandra knows, she knows. Yeah. That's why, hey, the chartician over here. It's just, I did like everything you're doing, Steve. I love it. I did all that stuff at first, and then I don't know why they just started programming into my brain. I'm like, oh, this will be it. This is where it'll be at. And so, yeah.
He gets the downloads now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just uploaded into the brain, and then I love it. Love it. Because what you're using is perfect. I mean, that's what you got to think about, and that's what I always did at first. What are the best of the best, and what are the majority of users trading? Well, the fibs, or volume profile, or volume to go with it. MACD. I can just go through the main, RSI. Some use that. But you just find what works best for you, and then you just plug that into your chart and just do it day in, day out. And then you're like, oh, wow. Look at where it bounced at, or oh, look where it reversed at, or oh, look where it broke out to and it failed at, whatever. You just, oh wow, and then it just becomes, it's just like the same thing over and over and over.
Absolutely. I mean, it really is. It becomes like just Zen mode, because you just wake up and it's another day at the office, and some days it's the really great days, and some days it's you're kind of in the weeds, you're in the thick of it, right? Some days, as Airplane Jane says, you're stuck in the muck. You're stuck in these moving averages, like we saw today. We're negotiating. We are monitoring situations. We are negotiating trend lines and horizontal supports and yada yada yada. It's an area where a lot of traders have a lot of lines on their screen. This 9 moving average, this 21-day moving average, this kind of area where you can see we're stuck in between two big nodes. So it's going to be choppy and sloppy here. But in general, these are the areas you look to kind of plant your flag, as long as, and your overall bias to play out. So I'm overall bullish. I think this is probably a decent place to look for longs. Am I going to, put my whole port on, short data leverage long? No. But I'm just saying this is an area of interest. If we fail here, then we see if we hold this point of control. Otherwise, we can come on down to the next low volume node. Not really predicting this. That's why I'm looking for this to hold. But this is the area that we watch here. So just I don't know what my point was, but just watch closely in this kind of area of congestion as we trade it, and then we'll get that day in the office where we get the big trend day, the big money day, as we like to say.
Love it.
Always the ebb and flow.
Well, we're flying through that.
I would love for it to come down to the second blue-gray box that you have. That would be really nice, because then we could either, continue to see like a healthy movement, which makes it easier for us to make money. But when it just holds and keeps going higher, it's like, what are we gonna play in breakouts? Like, it's not fun.
Yeah, exactly. Play the breakouts. That's that easy, just buy the dip. What I will say is, like, look at this torturous, like, I don't know what this one's doing over here, but look at this, like, it's a battle between this could be a head and shoulders, these yellow ones. This could be an inverted head and shoulder, these blue ones. Who's going to win the battle? Right now, I have 3 zones. This is our middle zone. This is the bottom of the monthly range, and this is the top of the monthly range. So, Alejandra, not unheard of to hear it go back, or to have it go back to the bottom of the monthly range, but We have 10 days left, even less, like 8 days left. And
For what?
I think it's like, what's that?
Oh, for the month to end?
Yeah. Till this candle prints, till we lock in this big old bullish bottom wick. I think if we do, we push higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
All right,
it might take a little time.
long.
Maybe it comes back to the neckline of the monthly, and then it rejects again really big down to like 73.50 or something. You know,
Then we get a little cozy.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of downside to be had in like the formation of a bullish monthly bottom wick. So we can both make money on the way up, but I don't know. That's just what I'm kind of seeing. That being said, like there's reasons why people have some trepidation here. I think it was such a big OPEX, the quad witching. So what happened there was over the past quarter, we had a lot of put expiry building up. All that put gamma dragging us lower. If it's a magnet lower, if we start pushing lower, you know, if we're stuck in negative gamma, those act as accelerant targets to the downside. But we didn't really push that low. We had enough good news to keep us elevated through this period where there was this heavy negative magnet. Now we're through that window. Now that magnet has been reverted. So the tape is much cleaner. The structure is much clearer. Now it's a matter of where does the new magnet start to form? I'd like to see it start accumulating upward. And we'd like to see that with a nice strong bottom wick today. Not really seeing anything too impressive, but we've got some time. And if we do get this nice bottom wick on the daily, on the weekly, then I think we can really start to ramp. But like I said, it's kind of like a refresh the page and wait and see at this point.
All right, last question here, real quickly. When does Pops Movie ask, when does Marvell join the S&P, and how will that affect it?
Good question. Actually, I'm actually not sure. Let me double check on that.
Yeah, we're so flat right now with SPY, SPX next move. Yeah, trade with what's up, Paddle? How we doing? Patel. I'm saying down. We are flat over the last almost 2 hours now, 3 hours now, right? 1, 2, 3 hours now. Jiminy crickets. One little pop up to 746 over, but other than that, really just stuck at the 744s here. I would imagine we do make a move by Steve. Of course, don't forget 50 likes on today's live stream. Smash that like button. 50 likes on today's live stream. Steve will be giving away a 25K eval coming up in Power Hour. And about an hour from now, 50 minutes from now, he'll be back to round out the day for you. Did you get a number yet, Steve? Or a date, I should say.
Sorry, a day for what now?
On Marvell, I didn't know if you Googled that on Marvell.
Yeah, so it is today. I'm Googling whether it's before market open or after market close. I've yet to see a conclusive result there, but I'm still loading. So I'll have that for you in just a second. But at the very least, tune in on Power Hour. We'll know that for sure.
100%. I think it'll be positive, honestly, as Marvell joins S&P. I think it's only more.
What's Marvell? Technology?
MRVL. Marvell.
I know, but what is it?
Well, they make movies. They make Spider-Man and Matt.
No, that's them?
No, I'm messing with you. I'm sorry.
I can't with you guys.
This is why we're going to be learning fundamentals together. You're going to teach me your ICT magic about how things just do the things without any trend lines on your charts. And then I'll be able to hold my shorts longer, and then I'll teach you a little bit about Marvell, and then we'll trade the semis. We'll be buying new breakouts together because you'll be like, I know what this is, and I'm bullish on it.
No, I don't like breakouts.
What if I told you that there was a fabulous semiconductor company that designs high performance integrated circuits and software solutions for data infrastructure? What if I could tell you that unlike consumer chip makers, they focus on back-end technology that powers cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and 5G networks? Wouldn't that make you more likely to buy a breakout?
No.
That's fair. It sounds like I'm trying to tell you something that doesn't work. So I understand that, but it's a very cool company. So
I'm about to get stopped out on my gold short. I don't know why it's holding. It's looking pretty nice here for a long. It held the 41.96 level, and it's testing my. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get stopped out right now. But my stop is in profit, so I'm not going to take a loss at all.
Nice.
But yeah, I don't know. We may see it.
50 likes coming in soon, says Smoke Tune. I hit the like button. There we go. Love it. Thank you, Snowman. Yes, well, Snowman says, good morning, traders. He must be on the west coast. Speaking of, in 15 minutes,
where you at?
Steve's back for Power Hour commentary. I'm jumping off the mic because I've been yapping it up for about 18 hours today already here in the Central Time Zone.
18 hours? Jesus Christ, it's only 11.
But I've
Holy
spoken enough
moly.
hours today already for 18 hours. You know, like the normal human, how many words they say in 18 hours? I've already said that today in about 4, which is crazy.
Yeah, the amount of hours you talk in one day, I think that's like the total of 1 week for me.
Yeah, it's impressive. It's impressive.
Very
Real quick, I know you got to go, Josh. No worries. Alejandro, I was just going to let you know on your gold trade. I'm just watching this 200-minute moving average because it has been the brick wall all day. I know, it's a moving average, but this purple level, it overshoots sometimes, but it should act as the rough trend. So as long as we can't find traction above, it's trend down, trend down. Now we're trying to reclaim once, twice, reject, third time.
Oh, it
So
didn't
either
stop me out. It was literally 1 point away from stopping me out.
I
That's
like it. I like
crazy.
it. So what I'm seeing now is it kind of back tested your entry just about. It looks like that low of the range before that double top 1 minute
Pretty
range.
much. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
now we've got the moving averages kind of guiding us down. So I think that as long as the candle doesn't close over this, yeah, there you go. The short should still be in effect.
Yeah. There we go. That was just
Sweated
a
you a little
close
bit there.
One
one.
more
I was
like for 50. 50 likes gets a 25K eval, guys. Steve, you're going to be announcing a
click the
25.
like, guys. Click it.
You're going to be giving away a 25K eval in Power Hour. I'm out of here, guys.
Wait,
I
who
want some food. I haven't
who
eaten
wins
today.
there? How do we choose the winner?
We'll be doing a random
Oh,
drawing. Random drawing.
yeah, yeah.
Oh,
We'll,
okay.
we'll have that ready to go on Power Hour. Alejandro, you'll be joining me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
Oh.
I'm looking forward to that. Let's go ahead and wrap it here. Let's let Josh get some food because for once Josh isn't making me hungry. We're making Josh hungry. So
Yes,
it's only
I want my food and I need it now. Alakazam, alakazam. They'll be back in about 47 minutes, ma'am.
and on that, we'll see you soon, traders. Trade safe out there.
Bye.
Boom. I'll see you guys back tomorrow. So, well, Alejandra, I'll see you on Wednesday again, I think, and then I'll see you tomorrow. No, Steve.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll see you tomorrow because it's J&J show that I'm done. And then we do have earnings tomorrow, so unless no one fills in, I'll see you for earnings tomorrow.
Cool.
So,
Awesome, brother.
are we still doing the competition or just the one-on-ones now?
Competition is done. The one-on-one's the only thing that we're focusing on, and that's but the competition is over with. The winners have been announced.
Okay.
Gotcha. And Josh, yeah, sorry I couldn't make the Wednesday one. If you need anything Thursday, let me know, or maybe even tomorrow, let me know. I'm gonna try to crunch right after Power Hour and see how much I can kind of get a head start on for this week. But
Sounds good.
That's where I'm at.
Sounds good, brother.
Okay. Awesome.
Later, guys.
All right. See y'all.
All right. I'll see.
Make a payment. Something. I'll charge $2,100 in interest. Jesus Christ. Had to pay $2K charge, should I? So I'm not late on anything. It's just credit that got charged to the account. Okay. $50. Cool. But then $21.67. So went from a would have been a 2,000, yeah, essentially went from a 2150 account to whatever, 2,200, 2,400, whatever that did. Oh, okay. I'm trying to figure that out. What the fuck happened there? That doesn't make sense. I fucking made a payment. Now I gotta call these motherfuckers. What in the fuck happened there? Sorry, I got an email. I'm like, what? I made a payment and then the interest is, I think because I made the payment, it's like one of those things where it's going to fall off. It shows that interest was charged on a credit card we had. I'm like, hold on a sec, I paid that. So I think it was because I was like, when the statement was released or whatever, it hasn't showed it reflected yet, I'm guessing. I'm like, what the fuck? I want to make sure with that. Anyway. All right, cool. We're done for the day for myself. I'm going to take a little bit of a break now, get some food in my belly, as I was just talking about on the live stream with those dudes. I will be back here in just a bit. I do have a one-on-one in Power Hour today, but I will stop back in here, put up anyway, I'll be back on the mic right before it. But I am going to take a break finally. We went a little longer than expected today for lunch. When we have the 3 heads on there with Alejandra, then not surprised it happens sometimes, but I'll be back in just a bit. Put some jams on for now for you guys. just jumping back on the mic real quick. Really didn't miss a lot. Small caps, and we were right overall on SPY going down to new low of day, although it really hasn't fully hit new lows. It did finally get down. Fake out breakout here. Oh, let me send that to Avery real quickly. Got to send her. I'm telling you, it's just one thing after another in this damn house. All right, heading over to one-on-one. Watch this downtrend break here. I'll start it from right there. This would be the main thing to watch for into power hour. Watch the downtrend break here potentially on NXTS. NXTS, that's the only thing I'd be really watching for into power hour. You okay, Chester? Would be the downtrend break back to the VWAP. 16 is going to be the key. 16 is the key. So we'll go NXTS, watch for DT break, and also break, reclaim of 16. Petey, will you go? Lay down, guys. All right, sweet. Back in just a bit, fam.